smoke in my lungs, you got me feeling so numb. Oh, all I felt was you. I was out of my mind, you were killing me inside. Yeah, I know the truth. I know it's that I think of you, I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to fall head to toe for you. No, I just can't get over all the games we played. I lose myself in your abuse. You split my heart in two. You split my heart in You split my heart in two. You I cannot replace, memories cannot erase. No, I don't know how to. What we started for fun got me feeling so numb. I feel just like a fool. I know it's that I think of you, I'm losing sleep. I don't know what it is you do. The moment that you walked into my life, I started to fall head to toe for you. No, I just can't get over all the games we played. I lost myself in your abuse. You split my heart in two. You split my heart in You split my heart in two. If I was a bad guy, I would've left you hanging by a thread. If it was the first time, I would've held on until the edge. If I could help it be telling you to love me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the last time, I wouldn't have said what I said. 'Cause I said goodbye. We let it slide in front of us. We say goodbye. 'Cause I say goodbye. We let it slide in front of us. We say goodbye. We say goodbye. We say goodbye. We say goodbye. From the beginning, I didn't know what we had. I didn't see clearly. Fogging the headlights holding me back. If I could help it be telling you to love me, pulling you into my chest. If I knew it was the last time, I wouldn't have said what I said. 'Cause I said goodbye. We let it slide in front of us. We say goodbye. 'Cause forget the past, but what counts is our brand new start. Even if it hurts me or I get scared, just come take this risk now. We'll be prepared. I run away. I run away. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Keeping secrets there, keep them everywhere. Just you and I run away. It's been a roller coaster, but you stayed. And now I'm taking over for the day. 'Cause I can be what you wanna be. And I can feel but you laugh at me. Take me to a place I'm calling for. Open up the doors I'm knocking on. I'm losing control. Be the one to leave my fantasy. Show you crave your hands all over me. No, I'll never let go. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. And I'm losing my mind for the days. 'Cause you and I will never fade. And I could be what you wanna be. And I can feel but you laugh at me. Take me to a place I'm calling for. Open up the doors I'm knocking on. No, I'm losing control. Be the one to leave my fantasy. Show you crave your hands all over me. No, I'll never let go. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. I'm tired of being what you want me to be. Feeling so faithless, lost under the surface. You don't know what you're expecting of me. But under the pressure of walking in your shoes, caught in the undertow, just caught in the undertow. And every step that I take is another mistake to you. I become so numb, I can't feel you there. I become so tired, so much more aware. I'm becoming there. All I want to do is be more control. 'Cause everything that you thought I would be is falling apart right in front of you. Got me on the toes, got me on the toes. Every step that I take is another mistake to you. And every second I waste is more than I can take. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. I've become so tired, so much more aware of becoming there. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. I've become so numb, I can feel you there. I've become so tired, so much more aware of becoming there. All I want to do is be more like me and be less like you. Playing with temptation, searching for salvation. Can we find our way back, way back? Caught up in confusion, need a resolution. Can we find our way back, way back? No more running, no more running, no more chasing. No more. So we could both make fun of distance. Lucky that I love a foreign land for the lucky fact of your existence. Baby, I'll climb the endless solid to count of freckles on your body. Never could imagine there were only so many ways to love somebody. Can't you see I'm at your feet? Whenever small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. Lucky I strong words like my mother to run for cover when I need it. And these two eyes that for no other, the day you leave will cry a river. At your feet, I'm at your feet. Whatever, we're meant to be together. I'll be there and you'll be near, and that's the deal, my dear. The love you got me hanging over here. It's nothing like this. If you really feel the way I feel, get here to get me started. Get here to get here up. Get here to get me started. Get here. That's the deal, my dear. Think it loud. Say it again. Tell me one more time that you live. Lost in my eyes. I looked over my shoulder, saw you walking through the door. But you're not the same baby that I once knew. It's like I don't know you anymore. Feel the haze washing over you and me. I look for light inside the clouds. Sometimes the rain leaves as quickly as the storm leaves. Looks like the worst is over now. must never stop the way. Birds chirping and I hear my name, grasping into a life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah. Lion's gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were sworn. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a ride. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running
side. 'Cause I know how this works, I got my ABCs right. I feel like I'm an animal. 'Cause every time I lose control, wanna take a bite and take it off. I feel like I'm an animal, you know. I feel like I'm an animal. 'Cause every time I lose truth to lies. Gotta get up, stop wasting time. Yeah, I wanna run off and fly. And I'll tell myself it's fine to be alone. Just to find somewhere that finally feels like home. Oh, oh, oh. I hate all this overthinking. Oh, 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 oh. The more I swim, the more I'm sinking. Take me to a world of silver. No more heartbreaks, tears, painkillers. Take me somewhere unfamiliar. Bring me back to where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Get me out of now. To where we started out. Oh no. To life than this, reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Just grab my hand,
Drink water, I dehydrated.
with me tonight. I'm on the road.
Well, it doesn't help when my thing just decides to. I hate my mouse some days, King. I also didn't get to hear the redeem at all. I don't know why. If there. Stop! Child, stop. Can't fucking do this shit. Cal, stop. No. Can't see the fucking. Did you hear that, or was it just in my browser? Okay, so it's just in. Alright, perfect. I had to mute sound alerts, and I couldn't figure out how to fucking do that because child kept grabbing my mouse. My mouse is complex, and so I keep bumping the special toggles, and it's annoying me. As for my setup process, it's mostly the fact that, I have to have OBS open. I have to. Oh, that was me doing a test. I have to open OBS. I have to click on either the model or the PNG tuber software. Load that up. Make sure it's working right. Make sure everything is correct on OBS. Refresh my browser sources for sound alerts, commands, etc. Get the music that I want. Make sure I do, because I do have Discord, I make sure I have my Twitch link with whatever little quip or phrase that I want to use to, entice people who might be interested, and self-promo on every single server that allows it. Girl, stop. Make sure that everything else is okay IRL. Refill my water. Get a snack if I need. Have everything charged and ready and in front of me. And make sure that if I'm comfortable, I don't have to necessarily get up for a while. Use the bathroom beforehand. Got her! It's a lot of little meticulous little things here and there. It's yeah. So Zelda, where'd you get those hair clips? Don't know why. Because I said all hair clips go to the bathroom. Too late now. You're wearing them now. Mm-hmm. Thirst. Oh. Thirst. All right. Well, we're gonna take our last ad break before we start. We will be right back.
We'll never forget the past, but what counts is our brand new start. Even if it hurts me or I get scared, just come take this risk now. We'll be prepared. I run away. I run away. Reaching for the stars, traveling so far, like a dragonfly. Keeping secrets there, keep them everywhere. Just you and I run away.
You still have to fucking wait, just like the rest of us. Do not just flail your damn leg in irritation. You're gonna kick someone one of these times, and then you're gonna feel bad about it.
It's been a roller coaster, but you stayed. And now I'm taking over for the day. 'Cause I can be what you wanna be. And I can feel but you laugh at me. Take me to a place I'm calling for. Open up the doors I'm knocking on. I'm losing control. Be the one to leave my fantasy. Show you crave your hands all over me. No, I'll never let go. 'Cause now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for love. Now I'm falling for you. And I'm losing my mind
Oh my
for the
God,
days.
King.
'Cause you and I will never fade.
the first Steven. Stop! I literally just had it the way I wanted. So we're starting off with the Akeda Inn incident. If you recall, when we were doing it with on Shinpachi's route. I will start us off now. If the baby wants to be quieter, baby. Eh? Do you want to see if he wants anything else? Maybe we get him his milk thing? Yeah, but the thing's in the drying rack. Muting while Cal's mad.
近藤さん、どうします？これでミスミス逃がしちゃったら、無様ですよ。
Chief had been quiet all this time, but when Okita addressed him, he finally stood up to speak.
Where did I just put my mouse? There it is.
これ以上は待てん。ソジ、長倉君、東堂君、俺についてきてくれ。
Mog. I almost yelled again. Okita knighted quietly but firmly.
では、私は表口を固めますから、皆さんご存分にどうぞ。
は？武田さん来ないつもりかよ。
いいからいいから。中が暗くて間違って切られても困るし。
Thank you.
あ、こっちが間違って切
Fucking
っちゃうか
hell,
も。
my water is dripping everywhere. Give me the hand towel, please. It is not the only towel that I have in here right now. Did you not see the freezer? It's been leaking since I turned it upside down earlier today. Where's your sister going? Alright. Water, drink. I heard the bonk. Did you not hear the bonk? King, did you hear the bonk? I don't know, cause I mean dripping, not dribbing.
Is that good? It's half gone.
Was that double or no?
You're actually doing very good, Kat.
Okay, so I can leave that unmuted. I guess. We'll see. We'll see.
It's dripping, Kat.
Then get the wipes! Don't just say it's dripping. Good lord.
Wash your face.
Well, I can take care of that.
Not it. Oh no. No more. Can you hold this, please? Don't spill it.
You say don't spill it as if there's not, like, if there's a choice to spill it or not. Is it fully melted?
Yes.
Okay, then you should probably go put it in the sink. Keep it upright.
Okay, that's enough.
沖田君、それはどういうことかな？
まあまあ、突っ込むのは気心が知れた方がいいだろう。というわけだから、武田さんは外を頼むぜ。
雪村君、少し池田屋から離れていてくれるか。ここは危険だ。老子が降りてくるかもしれん。もっとも逃がすつもりはないがな。
All right. He stood up, smiled curtly, and ran to the inn.
会津中将お預かり老子隊新選組、戦意のため宿内を改める。
His declaration was met with a cacophony of yells and screams erupting from out of the inn.
わざわざ大声で討ち入りを知らせちゃうとか、すごく近藤さんらしいよね。
いいんじゃねえの？正々堂々名乗りを上げる。それが討ち入りの定石ってもんだ。
自分をわざわざ不利な状況に追い込むのが新八さんの言う定石？
Heisuke and Nagakura grinned at one another as they sauntered towards the inn.
御用改めである。手向かいすれば容赦なく切り捨てる。
The battle began in earnest. The yells of men and clang of swords filled the air, rolling out through the doors and the windows of the inn. I heard feet pound upstairs, screams of men dying, and the wet thud of bodies dropping to the floor. Well, there was someone, but all the men who'd come with the captains ran around the back and couldn't hear Nagakura. Takeda, on the other hand, was stationed outside to arrest anyone trying to flee the building. What should I do? The only person left to go help them was me. But even if I did, what could I do? That was when I heard Kondo. Oh no, Souji! Souji's down, guys! Nagakura called from somewhere else in the inn. Oh no! I had no desire to enter a slaughterhouse with men killing one another. Even if I did, I had no illusions about my skill with the blade. I was sure to be killed before I'd even drawn it. But I could hardly stand around doing nothing. Perhaps if I couldn't fight, I could rescue the wounded and find them and carry them out of the inn. I made my mind, steeled myself, and ran inside. Inside, it was pitch black. The smell of blood hit me in the stomach like a fist filling the air. There were dark lumps on the floor everywhere, the bodies of fallen men. Where was Okita and Hakuoki? It had sounded like a good idea at the time, but as I looked around the charnel house, I realized there was no way I could carry 2 men outside. What should I do? We're gonna look for Okita. I decided I had to look for Okita. I knew I'd caused trouble for him during the noon patrols, but he never called me out for it. It seemed only fair that I try to return the favor. Calcifer! Stop attacking my phone! A Ronin came out of nowhere, falling down the stairs and screaming. My kodachi was in my hand before I even realized I'd drawn it. Then, Kondo's sword slid through his heart. I just watched a man die. Girls, stop.
君が来たのか。他の大使は何をやってるんだ。
He did his best to act calmly, but I could tell that my appearance had both surprised and worried him.
すまんが、掃除を見てやってくれるか。2階にいるのは掃除と老子が1人だけだ。掃除に限って負けはせんだろうが、敵図を追うかもしれん。敵も相当の手だれだ。
Yes, sir. I nodded quickly and ran off through the carnage. He's upstairs. Can someone give me a wipe? I'm gonna clean Cal's feet while I'm at it. I took them 2 at a time and landed hard on the top floor. It didn't take long to spot him. Oh! Only a few feet from me, Okita was battling a Ronin. I felt my stomach lurch. The cold ring of steel against steel tore through the air, and their blades flashed lines of light in the darkness.
どれほどのものかと思っていたが、新選組の腕もこの程度か。
Strange Ronin's eyes narrowed and his mouth curved into a smug smile. I'd seen Okita train with the soldiers, and his skill with a blade had been clear, but this Ronin... The way he dodged, parried, and slowly drove Okita back seemed almost effortless.
さて、そろそろ帰らせてもらおう。いらぬ邪魔立てするのであれば容赦せんぞ。
Thank you. The blood and violence that was choking the inn had no effect on him, it seemed. He was so peaceful, in fact, that he hardly looked like he belonged in the middle of all that carnage.
悪いけど返せないんだ。僕たちの敵には死んでもらわなくちゃ。
Kind of hard to describe that to you. Here, let me look this up for you. Carnage. Definition. The killing of a large number of people. The killing of a large number of people. Lots of people being killed. Like massacre and other word synonyms. Apparently not. A smile split his face for half a second, and then he launched himself at the Ronin. Their swords slammed together. To my untrained eye, it looked as though the Ronin was a self-taught swordsman. His sword moved in large, crude arcs, while Okita responded with skill and finesse. In a contest of skill, Okita would have been the clear winner, but As their blades sprang apart, it was always Okita who found himself pushed back. Oh my god, King! The Ronin's sword was heavy but fast. It was clear he was Okita's superior in raw power. Adds in 10. The summer heat had turned the air thick and humid. I could barely breathe. Sweat poured down my spine and beaded on my face as quickly as I could wipe it off. I decided to distract the Ronin. Nearby, a bowl sat untended on the floor. I actually do have a sword, it's just in storage. If I could use that to distract the Ronin briefly, it could give Okita the opening he needed. With every ounce of strength I had, I hurled the bowl straight at the Ronin. Almost without thinking, he turned his blade and smashed the bowl to the floor. The moment of distraction gave Okita his opening. He leapt forward. Even caught off guard, the Ronin managed to get his blade up in time, but the blow sent him stumbling a step back or two, an angry look on his face. As Okita lifted his sword towards his opponent, he whispered in a low voice so only I could hear it.
いい子だね。後でいっぱい褒めてあげる。
I knew now wasn't the time to bring it up, but I'm glad I'd been able to help.
こしゃくな。
The strange Ronin's sword whipped through the air, little more than a silvery blur. I must tell you more. Hubby and I have several swords in the storage unit. He could tell you more about it when he's actually home. Okita accepted the blow with the sword. If you make a mental note or write it down somewhere, you could actually remember to ask him when he actually gets home. He'll be home not too late, hopefully. He said that they have line of people until 6, so he might stay until, they finish instead of just his, normal clock in time, considering he was a little late today. I should still be on. Okita accepted the blow with the sword. However, the opponent's blow from above was too powerful. Okita stumbled ever so slightly, but the man did not miss his opportunity. The Ronin's foot slammed the center of Okita's chest. The source of his tremendous strength apparently extended to his legs as well as his sword arm. I heard a wet crunch as the kick connected and Okita tumbled across the floor of the room. When he stopped, I saw him grip his chest and cough. So, King, as you can tell, this is where the start of his weakness with his chest begins. His tuberculosis, basically, he caught it because he was weakened. He was already healing from this wound when he caught it, and so there was absolutely no way he could fight it off at that point. Okita! I leapt across the room. Are you all right? His face was tight with pain. The most he could manage was labored gasps and wet, tearing coughs. Okita was in no condition to fight. As I struggled to move myself under his arm to lift him up, I glared at the strange Ronin.
お前も邪魔立てする気か? 俺の相手をするというのなら受けて立つ。
I watched the tip of his blade drift up to me. With a groan of pain, Okita lifted himself up and stumbled between me and the Ronin. No, Okita, you can't! There was a good chance he had broken bones, and if he was coughing up blood, his internal organs could be damaged as well. He could barely stand, let alone fight, and he was making no attempts at hiding it. But he stood firm.
あんたの相手は僕だよね。この子には手を出さないでくれるかな。
The Ronin sneered.
愚かな。その負傷で何を言う。今の貴様なぞ盾の役にも立つまい。
黙れよ、うるさいな。僕は役立たずなんかじゃない。
New flecks of blood appeared as he shouted. Stop that! You're still coughing up blood! The Ronin regarded us with cool, disinterested eyes for a few moments. Then in one smooth motion, he lifted his sword and slid it into his scabbard. What?
会合が終わるとともに俺の務めも終わっている。多少は面白かったぞ新選組。だがあの程度の腕でいい気になるな。
His aloofness was amplified by the satisfaction he drew with his every word. He placed his foot out of the window, cackling to himself as he jumped through gracefully. Did he just run? No, he hadn't run. He was letting us go.
くそ。僕はまだ戦えるのに。
Okita! His voice was so weak. Why did you do that? Okita turned his head to look at me. You always said you'd kill me if I got in your way. So why had he protected me? He raised a shaky eyebrow.
そういえば、なんでだろう。
His words were already slurring.
僕にもよくわからないけど、でも次はちゃんと殺さないと。
Okita! His eyes fluttered, and his body folded as he collapsed to the floor. Huh? I'd been so worried about Okita, I hadn't even noticed. The sounds of screaming men and clattering swords had disappeared. Is it over?
Souji, 大丈夫か?
The moment the words were out of my mouth, I heard the sound of labored footsteps on the stairs. Finally, the sun rose from the black sky. The raid itself had lasted only 2 hours. But for me, at least, it had felt far longer. There had been 20 imperial nationalists at the Ikeda Inn. The Shinsengumi had killed 7 Ronin and injured 4 more. I learned later that with the help of the Aizu domain and the Kyoto Judiciary Commissioner, they arrested 23 people. The owner of the Ikeda Inn had also been arrested for trying to help the Choshu rebels escape. Get your fingers out of your mouth! Everyone can hear me yelling at you right now. No. These are not for your chewing. This is not for your chewing. Stop. No lips, no fingers. You stop that.
Yes, it's like, you want to stand? Yes, you want to stand?
He'll stand if he wants to. Stop. Don't force him. If he wants to be a butt and roll his skull along your head, go for it. The Shinsengumi won an incredible victory, fighting against superior numbers in enemy territory, but they paid dearly for it. Okita had taken a blow to the chest and lost consciousness. Heisuke had been cut on the forehead, and the bleeding refused to stop. Nagakura had injured his left hand. One of the Shinsengumi's soldiers had lost his life at the inn's rear entrance. And we are in ads!
could both make fun of distance. Lucky that I love a foreign land for the lucky fact of your existence. Baby, I would climb the endless solid to count the freckles on your body. Never could imagine there were only so many ways to love somebody. Can't you see? I am at your feet. Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. And that's the deal, my dear. Wherever, here and there, we never have to wonder. We can always stay here. And that's the deal, my dear. Lucky that my lips not only mumble, they spill kisses like a fountain. Lucky that my breasts are small and humble, so you don't confuse them with mountains. Lucky I have strong legs like my mother to run for cover when I need it. And these two eyes that for no other, the day you leave will cry a river. At your feet, I'm at your feet. Whenever, wherever we're meant to be together, I'll be there and you'll be near. And that's the deal, my dear. If you really feel the way I feel, thinking loud, say it again. Tell me one more time that you live lost in my eyes. I looked over my shoulder, saw you walking through the door. But you're not the same baby that I once knew. It's like I don't know you anymore. Feel the haze washing over you and me. I look for light inside the clouds. Sometimes the rain leaves as quickly as it stormed in. Looks like the worst is over now.
for a longer day. People feeling like the light has just come. We must never stop the way. Birds jumping and I hear my name, grasping into life. Life is happy but it's so insane. We must merely make a start. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah. Light is gonna come. The birds have just begun. We will always take a stand for the people, for the land. Let's go back to when we were young. For the animals we stand. Let's go back to when trees were swung. Kids across the land. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah, the beauty of the world. Savannah, let's all take a walk. Savannah, I'm coming home. Savannah, we'll never be alone. Savannah.
Sorry I kept you waiting forever and a day. But now we're out here together with nothing standing in our way. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This energy's inside us like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Feel the love running through like electricity. Like electricity. Taking over your body, it's flowing through your mind. This feeling's got me on fire. Don't ever leave it all behind. Can you feel the attraction? Feel the attraction. Can you feel it between us? This
So let me stay until the sunrise. Just say you'll hold me forever, at least for tonight. It's been so long since I got so close to someone. I know this ain't love, but let me stay a while. And pull me closer tonight, keep holding my hand. I know this ain't love, but let me stay the night. I said let me stay a while. 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 that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. We can test the waters, oh, it's high. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch your body stand. Happiness, this is where we stay.
I feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
waking up to ash and dust. I wipe my brow and I sweat my wrist. I'm breathing in the chemicals. I'm breaking in, shaping up, then checking out on the prison bus. This is it, the apocalypse. Whoa, I'm waking up. I feel it in my bones, enough to make my systems blow. Welcome to the new you say. This is the rhythm of the night. The night. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the night. This is the rhythm of my life. The rhythm of my life. Oh yeah. The rhythm of the night. This is the rhythm of my life. Oh yeah. The rhythm of my life. This is the rhythm of the night.
I took a break and I'm still tired. I went away, doesn't feel like it. Holding my breath while I kill time. Almost like questioning real life. Cause after you've done it and done it again, the results only showing the same side. You wonder what's happening, why is it working for others, but I'm only stuck in the struggling. Yeah, where does it start and where does it end? Who is an enemy, who is a friend? What is the purpose I'm working to get? Something that's gone when you're turning your head away. Life's short, how do I know what is right, wrong? Making moves there for all I know will change things, got high hopes.
I got lost on the way, I can't go back now. I got lost on the way, I can't go back now.
I'm sitting for hours just getting it down. I'm admitting that I'm overthinking it, wondering if what I'm doing is killing me. Never been able to cut out the middleman. Thoughts I could never repeat, but I know where they're coming from now. Look around, all the change you were making, and look at the lives you were changing. See, I wouldn't change it for anything. I've got these people, I'm taking them with me. They gave me a reason to wake up, I needed it. Now that I've got all these people that are listening, when I was dealing with feelings that I couldn't put out to the rest of the world, they stuck by my side through the thick of it. Yeah, you know who you are, there's no need to mention them. I've been my worst fear from the moment I woke up to right here. Conversations that gave me the wrong tears. Yeah, I needed to know I belonged here. When I looked around, everything's so clear. What I'm doing is coming to life. I put in the work and I'm sleeping at night. I see how it goes and we're doing it right.
I got lost on the way, I can't go back now. I got lost on the way, I can't go back now.
What I bring to the table's for me and the team. What you see is only 1% going to see. But got issues and things that you wouldn't believe. I got people that cut me out, they disagree. Like my life is a problem they don't want to see. When it's nothing to do with them, they up belief. Trying to understand things that they can't seem to keep. But I know what I do and I know what I need. Anytime I made a run for it, I'm ending up in the front of things. I've had enough of some people and what they've been telling me. What am I chasing and what is ahead of me? Haven't been working, it's hard to be told that I cannot do this. Put in everything, every last energy, fighting myself till I've got it on paper. I read it and throw it away and begin it again.
Before the night, the neon lights, the darkness in my eyes. Move left to right, then lose the high. It's dangerous, drowning in the twilight. Electric eyes, you can't deny the thunder inside us. Before the night, left to right, love me in the shadows. You go shine. inside you. So carefully we let the beat open inside the darkness. It's you and me, eternity, running into the sunlight. It's for the night, left to right. Love me in the shadows. You go with shadows and illusion. On the beauty come on, even though we know the night will only last a dawn. Oh, it's now or never. Live a fantasy, even though it only lasts till dawn. Love me in the shadows. Love me in the shadows. Love me in the shadows. Whenever your heart is broken, don't ever forget you're golden. I will find a light in your soul, I'll be there. I'll be there. Never leaving you in the darkness, even when you're out of focus. I will be the light in your life, you'll see it clear. I'll be the inspiration, 'cause I know that you'll do just what you're told. I'll be your hard-earned temptation, 'cause I know that you'll make it on your own.
I'm eating who knows what because it's fucking something. It didn't seem like they would survive. The Kyoto military and judiciary commissioners also fought the Choshu Ronin. With their successful resolution of the Battle of Ikeda Inn, the Shinsengumi had at least made a name for themselves. It looked as though the peace in Kyoto had been protected. Never could I have imagined what the ultimate result of their victory would be. Thank you, King. I'm literally just eating stolen meat and fucking buttered buns that no one's gonna fucking use. This isn't a meal. I'm hungry. End of July, 1864. Weeks passed since the Battle of Ikeda Inn. In the meantime, the Shinsengumi grew stricter during their rounds to arrest the numerous outlaw ronin that had escaped from the Ikeda Inn. Rumors surfaced of extremists who were plotting to exact revenge on the Shinsengumi. Additionally, there were also problems occurring with warriors spanning from other domains, making things tense around the headquarters. Things were finally settling down. As a result of my efforts during the battle, they grew more encouraging of my involvement. The Shinsengumi allowed me to sweep the area in front of the headquarters on my own. One day, I was cleaning the courtyard with a broom when I heard gentle footsteps approaching me. It's Aiba! Oh, yes! The voice came from behind me, so I was caught off guard when answering. Huh? Hijikata showed up suddenly, as if telepathically knew I was speaking to someone. Oh, Hijikata, this man is... Before I could finish my sentence, the man ran towards Hijikata.
おめえは八郎か。なんだってこんなところにいるんだ。
When Hijikata realized who it was, his eyes grew wide.
驚きました。幕命で教視察に来てるんです。それより新選組って本当にトシさんたちのことだったんですね。この目で見るまでは信じられなかったけど、おめでとうございます。本当に侍になれたんですね。
Gracie, quieter.
おい、冷やかすなよ。まだ扱いは浪人と同じなんだからよ。
でも侍になりたいって夢が
冷やかすなって言ってんだろ
う。いいえ、江戸じゃ泣く子も黙る新選組といったらとても有名なんですよ。それに池田屋の話も聞いています。皆さんとてもご活躍だったみたいですね。
ま、 ぼちぼちってところだ。
How very unlike himself, Hijikata seemed to be flustered, and his cheeks were rosy. Judging from their conversation, it appeared that this gentleman had come to visit Hijikata. The rhythm of their rapport seemed to suggest they had been friends for quite some time. Once I verified their conversation, I had come to a halt. I mustered the courage to speak to Hijikata. Hijikata, may I ask who this is?
そうか。お前は初めてだったな。
まだ名乗っていませんでしたね。僕、伊庭八郎と言います。幕府直参旗本で大番士奥詰役を務めています。
Oh, I'm Chizuru Yukimura.
改めてよろしくお願いします。
Oh, yes. Nice to meet you too. As soon as Eva and I finished our introductions, Hijikata was inclined to get us indoors.
まあ立ち話もなんだ。中に入ってくれ。
I took tea to the two in the hall. Hijikata told me to remain there, so I decided to listen in.
今日に来たのは奥詰めの仕事ってわけか。ずいぶんと出世したみてえだな。
An okuzume? I listened intently but subtly, since I was unfamiliar with the contents of their conversation.
奥詰めってのはな、将軍の身辺を守る奴らのことだ。
いえいえ、そんなことありません。父の仕事の縁でた
Oh
またまなん
wow,
です。
I'm honored to meet such a man. But what would bring a man of his stature here, Hijikata? This man, Iba, was someone who worked directly with the shogun. What an honor. It made no sense why he would interact with the Shinsengumi or why he had business with us.
ああ、お前の考えてることはわかるぜ。なんで俺と知り合いかってことだろう。
I did my best to nod without offending him.
こいつはな、旗本であると同時に江戸じゃ4本指に入る道場の一つ、新行東流伊庭道場の跡取り息子だ。その伊庭道場と俺たちがいた道場とはそこそこ交流があってな。その縁だ。
ええ、そうなんです。だからトシさんたちがいる今日に来ることになってとても楽しみにしていたんです。
勝手に喜んでろ。だが覚えとけよ、今日はそんなに楽しいところじゃねえからな。
はい、肝に銘じておきます。でもそんなに危険なのに女の子でも大使が務まるんですか？
Iba glanced at me when he asked his question before looking to Hijikata. I gasped and cupped my hands over my mouth, and Hijikata's eyes darted towards me sternly. It would seem Iba picked up on the fact that I was female, judging by their interaction.
もしかして秘密だったんですか？
I didn't want to confirm any answers, so I stared towards the mat underneath without speaking.
こいつはちょいと訳ありで預かってて、表向きは男ってことになってる。新選組でも一部の奴らしか知らないことだ。だからここでも下手なことを口にしないでくれ。
わかりました。トシさんがそう言うなら守りますよ。
Iba drew Hijikata in close closer in a jovial manner, and Hijikata blushed at the notion. Hijikata is normally really uptight, so seeing him behave this way was startling. I had a lingering suspicion that Hijikata was actually enjoying himself. All of the commotion must have alerted the captains because they popped up in front from nowhere.
おいおい、八郎じゃねえか。
聞いたことがある声だと思ったらお前だったのか。
新八さん、原田さん、それに皆さんもお久しぶりです。
Oh, hang on, guys. 1 second. Gotta switch that over.
そうか、お前も今日に来たのか。武者修行か、それとも狂犬物か。
Oh, Angie. I see your post in Dirges. That was sweet. Thank you. Oh my lord.
"なわけねえし、お偉いさんの護衛とか視察なんだろ?"
Adds in 9 minutes.
まあ、はい、そういうところです。
What? Desiree!
あなたが今日に来るとなると、それなりの職務に就いたということか。
Eben nodded and nodded plainly in response.
ふん、君も今日に来たんだ。ま、死なない程度に気をつけなよ。
助言ありがとう。覚えておきます。
じゃあ今度飲みに行くか。なんなら今からでもいいんだぜ。
Each of the captains surrounded Iba and exchanged words. Most of all, Iba seemed lost in the amount of fun he had while conversing with everyone. I guess he really knew everyone back in Edo. Hijikata watched their interaction with warmth in his eyes and muttered,
あいつは旗本で伊庭道場の跡取り息子のくせに。何が気に入ったのか知らねえが、俺たちとつるみやがってな。
He seemed to be especially fond of Hijikata, though, but I couldn't dare say that.
まあちょっとした顔なじみだ。訪ねてきたら中に通してやってくれ。
Understood. Gracie, where are you going? Before we knew it, evening had come, and Iba told us it was time for him to depart. No, Cal. Okay. His face seemed reluctant, if not a little forlorn, and he left the compound. I stared at him as he walked into the distance until his small figure was removed from my eyes. Iba was a mysterious person. If he was something very important and... Oh my god, hang on, guys. We're gonna go into ads soon, so I'm just gonna start now.
When the stars are crashing, your heart is my own. And it goes on and on and on. Love goes on and on and on. Oh yeah, oh my darling, would you take me away? Take me American dream. When the lights are out, my heart is your home. When the stars are crashing, your heart is my own. And it goes on and on and on. Love goes on and on and on. Oh yeah, oh my darling, would you take me away? Take me away.
Feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights that put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
softness and freshness matter. Downy breathes life into your laundry.
Building your online business? Go to Wix.com and
could get used to somebody like you. It's like you showed up and I'm feeling brand new. Can't believe love's what I'm falling into. I could get used to somebody like you. Somebody like you. Somebody like you. Oh, I don't know where you've been all my life, but I'm glad you came. I got so close to giving up, but with you I wanna change. You give me everything I'm missing. The butterflies feel different, stuck in my head, and I admit it. No, I don't know where you've been, but I'll never be the same. I could get used to somebody like you. It's like you showed up and I'm feeling brand new. Can't believe love's what I'm falling into. I could get used to somebody like you.
Alright, we're back. And Cal is sleeping in my arms. Yes, Okita is the one with tuberculosis. You said you wanted to save him, so that's what we are hopefully going to do. Even if he was someone very important and upper class, he acted with integrity and kindness, commanding a lot of respect from the captains of the Shinsengumi. I did not think there was a samurai like him in the shogunate. August 1864. After the fight at the inn, I was able to leave the compound much more often. I suppose after what I'd done, Hijikata thought I'd earned a little more trust. I didn't feel like I did anything extraordinary, but I wasn't about to look a gift horse in the mouth. I was genuinely happy that the man Hijikata had approved of me. On this particular day, I was out on patrol with Harada and the 10th Division. Excuse me, Harada? The Shinsengumi is out patrolling day and night, right?
ああ、そうだぜ。それがどうかしたのか?
But what exactly is it that you do? Most of the men in the Shinsengumi were intimidating, death-dealing titans, but Harada was a rare exception, warm and friendly.
ま、ピンからキリまで大小様々だな。筋切りや追いはぎはもちろん、食い逃げも捕まえるし、喧嘩も止める。
people who don't pay for food?
商家を脅して金を奪おうとする奴らも俺ら新選組が取り締まってるよ。
It wasn't really the answer I'd expected. I guess the Shinsengumi's job is closer to a magistrate's than I thought. Thinking back, I remembered how excited they were during the raid. What they did at the inn was far more intense than their day-to-day work. A little further down the road, a couple of men in Shinsengumi blues were waving at us. Nagakura! I guess our separate rounds brought us to the same spot.
よう、親父さんの情報なんか手に入ったか？
No, nothing today.
なんか来かすんなって。今日がダメでも明日がある。そうだろ？
Yeah, you're right. There was something contagious about his optimism. Yeah, because he's a meathead.
そっちはどうだ？何か異常でもあったか？
いや、なんも。けど、やっぱり町人たちの様子がせわしねえな。
I hadn't noticed it before, but he was right. They were acting strange, almost nervous. Yeah, it looks like they're getting ready to move.
ああ、戦火に巻き込まれる前に今日から避難し始めてるってとこか。
What? War? There wasn't a war, was there?
そういや、まだ教えていなかったな。長州の奴らが今日に集まってきてんだよ。その関係で俺らも警戒強化中ってわけだ。
池田屋の件で長州を怒らせちまったからな。あいつらの仲間から犠牲が出ちまったし、黙ってられないんだろうよ。
Were the Choshu going to try something again?
さあな。まだはっきりしたことはわからねえ。
どっちにせよ、俺たちは俺たちの仕事をする。長州の連中が今日に来ても追い返すだけさ。
They accepted their situation and never complained. I had a good deal of respect for Harada and Nagakura.
長州と戦か。もしかすると近いうちに上から出動命令が出るかもしれねえな。
So you think the Aizu will give you all orders?
なあ、正式に幕府の一部隊として参加することになるかもな。
そんな機会めったにないからな。せっかくだからお前も出てみるか。
What? I was perplexed by his sudden invitation. Does this mean I could march as a member of the Shinsengumi? It seemed rather inappropriate for me to ask to participate just for curiosity's sake. Oh my god. Still, I very much hope to be helpful in some way. Could I perhaps do something like what I'd done at the Ikeda Inn? However, there's also the chance that I'd become a hindrance as opposed to helping out. We'll stay behind. I'll stay behind. And I have to fix my headband now. Ads in 10, guys. And my glasses are smudged because I just touched them. Nine? What do you mean 9? Eight? What? Seven? Hang on, I'm refreshing something. I'm so confused. 6? 5? 4? 3? 2? Harada seemed to possess a still heart, garnering a voice that was slow but at peace. He didn't respond to my words, but he smiled kindly. Part of me felt safer leaving just to avoid being in anyone's way, but I also wanted to stay here, appreciating this moment of peace for once. 1? What? What did I do? Why you bonking me? That was the countdown? Oh my god. Although how could I justify participating when I wasn't a true member of the Shinsengumi? What the fuck? My lamp just turned on. King, you're ghost. You haunted my room. You just turned my lamp on. I bottled up my feelings of contemplation and just returned to the headquarters. A few days passed. Your medicine's ready. I was carrying medicine and some hot sake. The medicine was Ishida's medicinal powder which was manufactured by Hijikata's family. We have ads in 5.5 minutes.
宗司と平助に飲ませてやってくれ。それから三男さんにもだ。
Sannan's eyebrows rose at the mention of his name.
おや、私も飲むんですか？私の傷はもう塞がっていますよ。
試してみましょうよ、三男さん。この薬って何にでも効くらしいですから。
Sannan rolled his eyes, but reached over to take his portion of the medicine and sake. No, it's not. He had been telling the truth, though. His injuries had healed, at least as much as they were going to, but his arm still refused to work properly. It was slowly becoming clear it would probably never work properly again.
石田三役は熱燗で飲むのが粋だよな。羨ましいぞお前ら。
羨ましいなら飲めばいいだろ。新八さんだって怪我人じゃねえか。
酒は飲みてえが、残念なことに俺の怪我はもう治っちまってるんだよな。
Nakakura was injured at the Ikeda Inn, but he recently declared that he was completely healed, despite the fact his wound still looked very painful. Do you mean Sannan? Because of his arm? I'd heard he convinced Hijikata that his wounds weren't as bad as Okita or Heisuke's.
しかし、宗司と東堂君が怪我をするとはね。
あれは池田屋が暗かったから、普段の戦いなら遅れは取らないって。横合いから急に殴られたんだよ。おかげで八金なんて真っ二つだしさ。
拳で八金を割るか。随分と豪気な奴がいるもんだ。
Okie dokie, King. We're about to go into ads in 2 minutes anyway. Heisuke muttered something bitter and angry under his breath, but Harada just laughed.
あとなんだっけ、宗司から逃げ切ったやつもいたしな。
Okita only smiled quietly as Nakakura gestured towards him.
次があれば絶対に逃がしませんよ。次に勝つのは僕ですから。
Everyone began sharing their experience at the inn. Saito, however, remained silent. Is something bothering you? I kept my voice low, so as not to interrupt the other men in their conversations.
宗司らを負傷させるほどの実力者があの夜池田屋にいた理由を考えていた。長州のものではないと言ったそうだが、池田屋も人払いはしていたはずだ。 池田屋の人間と老子たちの目を盗み、何らかの目的で侵入したか。目的は違えども行動を共にしていたのか。
I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end, 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 go off the deep end. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end, 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 go off the deep end. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep in my mind, just all the time. I'm falling for you. And tell me your secrets. I will tell you your secrets. Oh, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, baby? I'm almost breathing. Tell me why, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, baby? I'm almost breathing. Tell me why, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, you call my life, you break the line. I'm falling for you. You're stuck in my mind, just all the time. I'm falling for you. Tell me your secrets. I will tell you your secrets. Oh, baby, you look so pretty in your smile, baby. I'm almost breathing. Tell me why, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, baby? I'm almost breathing. Tell me why, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile? We are different polos, but I like it. But I like it. We are different polos, but I like it. But I like it. Why, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile? Baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, baby? I'm almost breathing. Tell me why, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile? Baby, do you look so pretty in your smile, baby? I'm almost breathing. Tell me why, baby, do you look so pretty in your smile? Don't let go. I'm keeping your heart on hold. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again. Don't let go. I'm keeping your heart on hold. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again.
Alright, I'm back. This. Okay, go party then.
今確実にわかるのは奴らが相当の実力者だということだけだ。
The sliding door suddenly flew open as Saito finished his sentence, and Kondo appeared.
会津藩から伝令が届いた。
As all conversation ceased, eyes turned to Kondo.
長州の襲撃に備え、我ら新選組も出陣するよう。
A cheer went up from everyone present.
ついに来たか。待ちかねたぜ。
残念だったな平助。怪我人はさすがに不参加だよな。
でもせっかくの晴れ舞台だし。
He turned to Hijikata, clearly hoping that his commander might give him special leave to go.
不参加に決まってんだろ。おとなしく豚書で留守をしてやがれ。
土方さん、鬼、この鬼副長。
なんだ、そりゃ褒めてんのか。つまきにされたくなきゃ黙ってろ。
ああ。
Heisuke's mouth snapped shut. That's what you're going through with your wrestling game? Rip. As for the Spanish thing, I don't do Spanish per se, but I do Japanese. Hi, sweetheart. Are you done with your very short nap? Oh, Cal, don't grab my microphone. What you doing, Cal? I didn't think Hijikata would actually stab one of his own men, but neither did I think he would go easy on any of them, even if they were injured.
東堂君、怪我人は足手まといらしいですから、素直に豚書で留守をしましょう。
仕方がねえか。分かった。今回は留守番してるよ。
僕も今回は諦めようかな。参加したいけど本調子じゃないし。ちょっと外で涼んでこようかな。
Okita sighed and got up to leave. I assume I'll be staying here as well? Kondu nodded.
ああ、宗司と平助がダダをこねんよう見張っておいてくれ。
He let out a short laugh, and several men grinned. Before long, the Shinsengumi had left for the front, leaving only a handful of soldiers in the silent compound. So, what should I be doing when they're out? Oh, right. Kondu had asked me to keep an eye on Okita and Heisuke. I think Okita was in the inner courtyard. To be honest, I was a little concerned for him. The fuck? Hi, Kay. Hi, baby. Me. What you doing? He was still recovering, and being out in the cold air wasn't doing him any favors in that regard. Oh, even more. Yeah, he was still recovering and he was just standing out in the cold. Yeah. This is all leading to how he contracted tuberculosis. Still, that left Heisuke and Sannan. Maybe they're still in the common room. Heisuke seemed particularly frustrated at being... No one made him go back inside. Heisuke seemed particularly frustrated at being forced to stay behind, and Sannan had been even colder and more distant lately. I was worried for Okita, of course, but felt there was something deeper affecting the other two. Where should I go? The courtyard! For a midsummer afternoon, the air was pleasant, making the courtyard a pleasant place to sit. Yeah, but even midsummer, nighttime got cold too. He was sitting off in the corner in the shade, gazing up at the summer sky. I turned to look as well. It was a brilliant blue, and a distant breeze pushed white wisps of clouds at both ends. How long was it since I last looked up at the sky? For too long, I thought, as I stretched out my arms, soaking in the sunshine and cool, clear air. Then at last, I turned back to where Okita was, or perhaps had been, sitting. While I'd been enjoying the summer sky, he'd approached and now was standing right in front of me. Well, that kind of out of nowhere. Yes, Okita, quietly approach a girl who's frickin' sky gazing. That's not gonna be creepy when your face is literally inches from her. My body stiffened and I felt my eyes widen. He raised a quizzical eyebrow.
僕のことなら心配しなくていいよ。豚書脱走する予定とか別にないから。
That's not what I'm worried about. True, he didn't seem like he was desperate to leave and join the fight, unlike Heisuke.
いいけどね。でもそれ違う心配はしてたってこと？
Oh my god, King. His mouth twisted into a small smile. I decided to tell him. You're still not in the best condition. It isn't good for you to be out in the cold for too long.
心配してくれてたんだ。ありがとう。風に当たるのはほどほどにして部屋に戻るよ。
Okita had always seemed a little mean. Until that moment, I would never have thought I'd hear him thank me for worrying about him. I wasn't sure what to say. Both of us appeared to have run out of things to say, and silence fell across the courtyard. I didn't want to scold him, and then simply leave for my room, but... There had to be something thoughtful I could say. I hope your injury heals soon. Not that. Okita laid his hand on his chest absently, and looked across the courtyard at nothing.
刀傷じゃないしね。治るのは早いと思う。だから僕の方は大丈夫なんだけど。
He was right, and that should have given him cause for joy, but his face didn't change. Oh my god, King. Adds in 10. Are you taking a shit while standing up staring at the screen, Cal? Eh. He blinked and looked back down at me. Yes, you are absolutely taking a shit staring at me. Standing up. I just heard the It was beautiful, guys. Yourself. He blinked. Shush! He blinked and looked back down at me. Are you, thinking about Sandan? He made a point to say you, although he'd left it unsaid. I could see he was worrying about the man we both knew wouldn't be fine. Sandan's arm wasn't going to heal, at least not completely. It would never again hold a sword. Okita said nothing. He cocked his head and smiled. I felt my chest get warmer from blushing. My cheeks. Cheeks! Sorry if I was being too nosy. I apologized, but he warmed up and shook his head from left to right. At least you get lunch, Gutter. At least you get food, King. Sniffle, sniffle. I screamed cheeks because I accidentally said chest. No! I said her chest was blushing and I didn't mean to say it like that. I meant to say cheeks. I don't know. I couldn't tell what his intentions were. Okita smiled, deepened just a little.
君ってちょっと変だよね。
Weird? Maybe I looked upset, but he called me weird. I hate you. Gutter, how do you clap face cheeks? Is that what happens when you just squish? Like with a baby's cheek? How do you slap people? No, 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 no. No, 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 no. For no reason.
本当に変だよ。僕のことなんて心配する必要ないのに。怪我をしたのは自業自得なんだから。
What? No, you shouldn't blame yourself. Okita hadn't done anything wrong. He followed his orders and did the best he could. I didn't see how he could say what happened was his fault. When I looked up, his smile was gone and I couldn't bring myself to say anything more. He glanced down at me and then looked up at the sky.
今日の空、綺麗だよね。
Yes. The midsummer sun shone down. I felt a breath of warmth in the cool air, White clouds danced across the blue expanse, flying gracefully. Where were the men who'd marched off earlier now, I wondered. The Choshu extremists' attempted attack on the imperial estate eventually came to be known as the Hamaguri Rebellion. Although the Shinsengumi were called into action, their efforts were stymied, and they found little in the way of glory. Communication with their superiors was poor at best, and they spent much of the battle waiting with the reserves. When the Shinsengumi finally entered the battle, each man found several strange opponents awaiting him. Chikage Kazuma, who defeated Okita at Ikeda Inn, claimed to be from the Satsuma domain during his encounter with Hijikata. Kyuju Amaguri, the man who shattered Heisuke's head guard at Ikeda, also claimed membership in the Satsuma. They also met Kyo Shiranui, who'd fought alongside men from Choshu. Oh my god, King. Whoever they were, it was clear they were not allies of the Shinsengumi. Indeed, it seemed they could easily become some of its greatest enemies. If they were to meet in open battle, the casualties would be severe. By the time the battle was over, the commanders of the Choshu attack had been killed in fighting or took their own lives. There were some soldiers, however, who escaped, setting Kyoto ablaze as they fled. By some terrible misfortune, winds that day blew from the north and fanned the flames, reducing the southern end of the imperial estate to ash. I want Taco Bell. As a result of the Choshu attack, many imperial nationalists were executed. With the Hamaguri Rebellion over, the Choshu were branded as traitors for attacking the estate. From then on, they were acknowledged as enemies of the court. Oh, I don't want the cheesy potatoes. I would love a grilled cheese burrito, though. November 1864. Summer turned into autumn, and the Imperials kept quiet. Despite my regular presence in the Shinsengumi rounds, no news of my father came in at that time. Days passed peacefully, one after another. I've heard worse, King. The leaves were dancing on the wind one evening as I busied myself with cleaning. All right, almost done. Gradually, I'd been given more and more freedom to move around the compound. I was given a few duties to manage, and as long as I was doing them, I could go wherever I needed. On days I couldn't go on rounds, I've been helping around at the compound.
Yo! 今日も精が出るな。
Oh, hello. I set down my work and turned towards him.
そろそろ日も暮れるし、適当に終わらせとけよ。
ほんと真面目だよな。毎日こんな遅くまでさ。
Are you on our way out?
ま、俺らもお勤めにな。
Really? They weren't wearing their uniforms. That meant they weren't going on their rounds. Oh. Ads are starting. We will be in an ad break. I will see you guys soon.
some people wake up Sunday, feel hungover. And I look at all my friends like told you so. While you take that time off, I keep getting closer. I don't care about getting late, I just care about getting paid. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got bigger plans for my night. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me. Yeah, some people 9 to 5 and get all righteous. And I tried to live that life, but that ain't me. All the money that I'm making, yeah, it's priceless. I don't care about enemies, cause I know where I'm meant to be. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got bigger plans for my night. Ain't no rest.
Oh, what is it you're holding? A cookie?
A cookie? Fuck, that ad was so fantastically perfect. Hi, Sam. Did you make sure you had something to eat?
Can you hear my heartbeat calling? Can you feel the love we're falling? Just take my hand and take me home tonight. Throwing caution to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand and take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the wild. Close your eyes and listen to the beat of my heart. Take my hand, don't be afraid. A love like ours just can't be tamed. Take my heart, just feel the beat. We'll leave tonight and run free into the I got lucky, you're my shooting star. I'm warm and fuzzy wherever you are. Once in a lifetime, you told me you're gonna find the one. I know every time that you hold me, this love has just begun. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. The peace of heaven lingers in your eyes. I can't help feeling that it's right, so right, so right. Once in a lifetime, you told me you're gonna find the one. I know every time that you hold me, this love has just begun. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. Falling in quickly. Tell me you feel something too. Caught in the moment. I'm lost here without you. Tangled up in your web. Holding on to every word you said. I'm ready, you know. I'm open to show. Would you say the same? We're falling from outer space. We're moving like a Tell me you feel something too. Caught in the moment, I'm lost here without you. Tangled up in your web, holding on to every word you said. I'm ready, you know, I'm open to show. Would you say the same? We're falling from outer space. We're moving like a full-paced supernova. We're making all the headlines now, and I just wanna seize the moment, 'cause we won't ever slow it down. Kissing in the rain, tastes just like champagne. Falling every day, we're falling from outer space. Hoping time will change, got love on my brain. Would you say the same? We're falling from outer space. 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 All it takes is one glance, and I am taken back. I am under a spell every time that you are near me. I tried not to give in and let myself fall again, but I'm under a trance and I can't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over? You kept the sun shining and turned my world into spring. I never thought my life could ever change for this one reason. If I could just go back and hold your hand falling fast and never let it go, 'cause I won't deny this feeling. Watching all the people all around me finding truth, I can't help but wonder, do you wonder too? Were we meant for each other, but it just fell apart? Could we last forever if we start over?
thinks that I'm going under. Papa says it's all just a phase. I just hear the voice in my mind saying everything's not gonna be okay. Cause I lost friends trying to tie up all my loose ends. Now I'm alone. Had a rough year trying to chase away the tears I wasted on love. So I'm laying on the couch and doctor I don't know, hoping he can analyze my souls. And my lover is gone, they left no note. I got nobody and no code. Doctor, tell me how'd I get this low? I don't wanna live my life no more. So give me all your pills, something that could kill the pain. He says everything comes and everything goes. You don't need love, you need you the most. So I won't give you drugs to overdose. You don't need love, you need you the most.
Alright, I'm back. And Zelda, don't do the who. You fucking know. What? Ads again in 10 minutes anyway. So, you know what? I'm gonna fucking run. I'm gonna just run the ad now. We'll be back soon. Where's my phone? It's not here. Is it out there somewhere? Is it in the kitchen?
Lost touch with the people that I'm made of. Now they're all gone. And I'm too shy when they call me on the line. I won't pick up my phone. So I'm laying on the couch and doctor I don't know, hoping he can analyze my souls. And my lover is gone, they left no note. I got nobody and no code. Doctor, tell me how'd I get this low? I don't wanna live my life no more. So give me all your pills, something that could kill the pain. He says everything comes and everything goes. You don't need love, you need you the most. So I won't give you drugs to overdose. You don't need love, you need you the most. My head is heavy, let me lay it down. Into your lap I would love to drown. I need that story I used to hear, to run on and to end disappear. I won't lie down and I won't, I won't lie down and I can't do this without you. I won't lie down and I won't, I won't lie down and I can't do this without you.
Hi hi. Taking your history quiz. Oh, nice. Good luck with your quiz, Sam. We will be reading. I hope we don't distract you. Oh, I get it.
ああ、島原までちょっとな。朝には帰るから心配いらね
え。一応言っとくけどな、もちろん飲むだけだぜ。女目当てで行きたがるのは新八さんくらいだから。
おいヘスケ、何も女の子の前で本当のこと言う必要ねえだろ。
And hi, Viper. I don't remember if I said hi, but hi, 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 hi. Oh my god. So you are.
それは。
とにかくあとは頼むわ。土方さんが俺らを探してたらうまくごまかしといてくれ。
What? They left me with a difficult task. Anyway, I need to go finish cleaning the courtyard. No, he wants what he has. What is it, a sock? Oh well. It was almost time for dinner, and I wanted to be done before I had to eat. I was dumping out the leaves I'd gathered when... Huh? I could hear some kind of commotion coming from outside the house. What is that? I quickly put the broom away and hurried towards the entrance. Gathered just inside the front gate were about 10 children. Standing in the middle of them was... Okita!
あれ？君が玄関の外に出てくるなんて珍しいよね。
What are you doing? Who are these children?
誘拐とかじゃないし、安心してくれていいよ。
Don't worry, I didn't kidnap them or anything. Quote it, King! You know what? We need singular quotes for each of these guys. Shinpachi's quote should be something like fuck, like what? It's a headband, not headband. What's a handkerchief? It's a hand towel. What, Zelda? I already know she didn't. Hanger? What? Oh my god. Hang on. Hang on. There you go.
ちょうど暇だったから遊んでもらってるとこ。
I wasn't sure how to respond, but Okita grinned. Shh. Don't put your face in his. So, are they all your friends?
うん、そんな感じかな。いつもお世話になってるんだ。
Oh my god! Oh.
No, don't eat my hand.
Oh, fuck. No! Shh. Why are you... Don't give him your fingers like that. Oh my god. What? Mm.
What are you doing? What you doing?
Wait, did it not add mine? Come on! We must have hit enter at the same time and it just picked the first one who... There we go. Stop, Zelda. What are you gonna be doing in here then? Just staring? What are you gonna do then? If you're gonna do what Zelda's doing, you're gonna get kicked out again. Zelda's borderline getting kicked out anyway. Okay. Not me pointing my remote for the lamp at the frickin' ceiling fan. Usually, adults play with kids, not the other way around. Although making kids play with him did seem like something Okita would do.
もしかして僕たちと一緒に遊びたい？
Oh, no. I shook my head. Is it really okay for you to let children in here?
土方さんに見つかったらまず間違いなく怒られるよね。
I think he will.
以前の三男さんだったら一緒に遊んでくれただろうけど、今は八つ当たりされそうかな。
Doesn't that mean there's a pretty good chance you're going to get in trouble? He just grinned.
他のみんなも怒りそうだしね。見逃してくれるのは君くらいだよ。
Gracie, if you're gonna read a book, you're not gonna be doing it right there. Thank you. Then maybe you should send them home before you get caught.
俺たちのことに口出すなよ。どこで遊ぼうが勝手だろ。
What a snotty child. What?
外野は黙っててくれよな。俺たちは掃除と遊ぶんだから。
It looked like they were awfully fond of him. Could I really just leave them alone, though? It didn't seem right either. Fuck, you can taste the sword. I thought about it for a minute before I spoke. This is the headquarters of the Shinsengumi. It's a place for men to do, work. You shouldn't really be playing here.
掃除だって新選組なのに、俺らと一緒に遊んでるよ。
King, if you're going to be referring to Flynn Rider squishing a grape with his hands, I don't know. Oh, well,
なぜ大した仕事してないんだろう?
No, but that's because they're out on patrol. They're catching bad guys and keeping Kyoto safe.
今日の平和がどうとか言ってるけど、評判は悪いよね。人斬りとか。
否定できないよね。僕たちは必要があれば人を切るのが仕事だし。これでも無駄な殺しはしてないつもりだけど。
I wasn't sure what to make of his smile. He's always talking about killing people. I probably hear him talk about death every day. Oh, I've never watched Karate Kid. To be honest, I don't have any idea how he really feels about it. Is killing people a big deal for him, or is it just something he does? I'll shove all 19 feet up your butt. I'll shove all 19 of those feet up your butt.
Drink water.
Ah, I heard that in double. Hang on. There we go. Mute the tab, and that should be enough. Hi, Dragon Neko-chan! Is his hobby murder? That is a good question. How goes? It goes okay. Zelda, now stand up. If you want some of this tea. The cup is hot. The tea is warm. This is oolong tea. Okay, the cup is hot, but the tea is just warm. Okay.
新選組なんて変なやつばっかり。俺らが命令される筋合いないよ。
Oolong. Alright, sit down. Shh. I guess you've got a point. I had to admit he was a little convincing. I don't think they're bad people, but they're kind of rough, I guess.
でしょ?
しかも新選組はよく島原通いしてるって父ちゃんが言ってた。
Well, based on what happened earlier, I couldn't deny that. Among the Shinsengumi, there are a few exemplary people, but I guess from the outside, they just knew how to attract trouble. Shh.
もしかしてすごい真面目に考えてる？
Oh, well, I mean, the Shinsengumi is taking really good care of me. It feels wrong to not stick up for them, but...
本当のことばかり言われて言い訳のしようがない感じ？
Yes.
君ってちょっと素直すぎるよ。
You don't have to laugh at me.
そんなに慌てないでよ。別に責めてるわけじゃないから。むしろ全面的に同意かな。新選組は悪い印象を持たれても仕方ない集団だと思ってるし。
I had to wonder if it was really okay for him to say things like that in public. No, you're not getting it. Yeah. He didn't seem to care at all, but that just made me more worried. Wait, I could be an audiobook narrator? Why? No, that's not it at all. Try as I might, I couldn't just ignore them, even if they were children. I do? I mean, I personally don't feel like I do in terms of, like, I'm still kind of a noob at this whole voice acting thing, reading aloud shit. A smug potato? What? I'm so fucking confused, King. Yes, I know a lot of them are kind of scary, but they're really not bad people. Girls! 1, you're talking in sync. 2, well, that's cool. You're talking over me. No! You better not be trying to make it louder. Calcifer, you're not you too.
怖いやつが善人なわけないだろ。むしろみんな悪人面してるし。
I don't think so.
ほら、例えば土方さんとかいつも厳しい顔してるよね。眉間に深いシワ寄せてさ。
Why did you do that, King? What the fuck? What did you do to my emote? Oh God, you're a bully.
それに三男さんだって笑顔が消えるとかなり怖い形相になるよ。
If you're doing this just to count, get out of my room and go count the table. Glasses stealer. It looks like you put it on crooked, King. They're not even, like, on my eyes. Or are you having me hold them up? It looks weird. It looks so fucking weird. Well, yes, but... Shh. Can you guys just go read at the table together? Because this isn't... I'm reading this. You can't be reading a book when I'm reading a visual novel. Cal... He's under the crease. He's being a butt. He can't get out if you're leaning on it. Hi, Cal. Gracie, what are you doing? Well, I'm gonna be doing this all day. I have 12 routes to do, hun. This is only the second. Yeah, I have 10 more after this. So, I'm not done anytime soon. What happened to what plushie? What? How dare you squish Saru? He was siding with the children. I didn't know what I was supposed to do. Well, I can't say they're not scary, but, I was out of ideas. Kondo and the chief of the Shinsengumi, he's really nice. He's a good person. He wasn't just good compared to the rest of the Shinsengumi either. Anyone who meets Kondo instantly becomes charmed by his warm aura. But the children didn't seem convinced.
確か局長ってさ、すっごい鈍そうなやつだろ?
Oof. What?
ニコニコしながら散歩してるの見たけどさ。
なんか頼りない感じ。めちゃくちゃ弱そう。
他のやつらの方がまだまともっぽそう。
I think there's more to being in charge than looking like you can fight. What really? Was that really how Kondo looked to them?
あんなのが局長だから新選組はダメなんだって。
Stop it! Stop being so mean. You don't understand. I took a step towards them, but Okita held out an arm and smiled to me.
まあまあ、君もちょっと落ち着こう。相手は子供なんだし、そんなに怒ることないよ。
But...
そうじ、そいつ無視して俺たちと遊ぼ
う。うん、そうだね。
Okita! He didn't even seem to hear me, and walked over to the children with a smile.
君はどんな遊びがしたいの？高い高いとか、どう？
それでいいよ。掃除って背が高いしさ。
うん。身長がこんなことで役立つなんて。
He grabbed the child.
高い高い。
Okita grunted with effort and lifted the grinning child up over his head. I had mixed feelings.
ほら、楽しい。いつもと違う高さって。
Please be careful with him. How long was he planning to leave him up there? It was starting to feel like quite a while. Remember, guys, Okita's a bully. Do we really think that he's gonna be nice to the kids who just bad talked Kondu? The person who basically is an older brother to him? Remember what Kondu said in Shinpachi's route? That Okita's only family is his older sister. And he's known Kondu since he was a child.
あのさ、掃除。そろそろそいつ下ろしていいよ。
遠慮しないでいいよ。高い高いしてもらうの。僕も昔は好きだったしさ。
Do you hear it in his voice? Girls, stop. Leave him be. I saw realization dawn on the child's face, and excitement quickly turned to fear.
泣くほど喜ばなくてもいいのに。
His voice was cold. What? Not for another 40 minutes. I'm gonna let you watch that for a second. Where's the thingy I'm looking for? Okita wasn't smiling anymore. I blinked. Why was I just watching? Stop that! He's just a child!
やだな。僕は遊んであげてるだけだよ。
That's not what it looks like.
君もどうして謝るのさ。遊んでもらった時は普通ありがとうだよね。
I was taught that you're supposed to say thank you. Okita, you're scaring him.
許してよ、掃除。俺たちが悪かった。新選組の悪口なんてもう言わないよ。だから許して。
Reluctantly, Okita lowered the boy back down. I tried my best to calm them down, and then quickly sent all of the children back home before Okita changed his mind. I thought you said they were your friends. If that's true, you really shouldn't be bullying them like that.
だってあの子、近藤さんをバカにしたし。
See, it's because of Kondu.
何も知らないくせにさ。あんなこと言う資格ないよ。
So, Hijikata is fair game, but he draws the line at Kondu. I suppose it just shows just how much Okita cares about him.
なんで笑うの？
Stop, both of you. Get out if you're gonna do this. Are you not both? Go. What? Oh, nothing. No reason. I mean, Kondu really is a wonderful man. He smiled widely and nodded vigorously.
だから君が怒ってくれたの結構嬉しかったよ。
I was confused about how to respond to his pleased look. I hope you can make up with them soon. I mean, they did apologize eventually. I don't think they're really bad kids.
分かってる。ちゃんと謝っておく。それから近藤さんがどんなにすごい人かも話しておくよ。
I smiled back at him. It cut both ways, but I admired Okita's honesty. The situation had been resolved more or less. But as I began to relax, I suddenly remembered. Oh, we're late for dinner! Come on, we have to hurry. They're probably all angry at us. Okita just laughed.
もし君が怒られたらちゃんとかばってあげるよ。さっきのお礼にね。
Why are you eating your sock? Let go of your sock. Ew! Gutter would be proud. He literally didn't even have his hands on the sock anymore. He was just holding it with his mouth. I have a feeling he's going to be doing stuff like this for many months and possibly a couple years along the road. Just because he can. You're fine. You stood up. Okita enjoys teasing me, and, well, everyone. And sometimes he can be really irritating. He's not a bad person. Yeah, he's been standing. He's an assisted stander at this point, and he's only 7 months, so it's kind of incredible. He pulls himself up all the time. Sometimes he'll let go of his support and just lean back against like the wall or the freezer. He hasn't figured out walking though, even like with being mostly balanced at this point. I'll try and like do assisted walk. Ah, yourself. I'll try and do assisted walking with him, and he'll keep his legs completely straight, like they're stilts. I'm like, dude, you gotta bend your legs. He's been doing assisted walking and like stepping and stuff for many months now. Like since he was 3 months old, when he first started, you know, waking up more. He loved doing steppies. This is mine, Cal. He's staring at my snack. Sometimes, in his own way, he's even nice. Well, it's gone now, and he's just staring at me upset. Seeing how much he cared about Kondu made him less intimidating. I was lost in thought and fell behind, so I hurried after Okita and headed towards the main hall. I gotta check to see what the gremlins are doing. Hang on. Oh shit, did y'all hear all of that? I thought I was muted! You clipped the OMG, Gracie. Oh no! Gracie, you've been clipped! Yup. Yup. Whoops. So, Gracie basically repeated what I said when I was getting redressed because I was in sweaty clothes. They were like, I love you, mommy. And I'm like, but why? Is it just because I'm your mommy? And they're like, yeah. I'm like, oh, so you would love any mommy, even if they were an asshole? And Gracie is like, yeah, I love you, mommy, even when you're an asshole. I'm like, oh my god. Yep. She said it twice. Mother-daughter bonding right there. Yeah, pretty much. Alright, goobers. Do something together. What? I don't know. I don't know. Go play patty cake. I don't know. Patty cake. I don't even know how to play patty cake and they're trying. Alright, chapter 3, guys. Let me scroll down on the guide so I can actually see. We are on the second to longest chapter of this half of the game. It's okay, Zelda. I don't really remember either. Oh. I don't think Daddy played patty cake. Wait. No. Okay. The dawn of the new year arrived. It was February of 1865, and we finished eating breakfast. I was carrying a plate full of tea and opened the door to the common room. You said federation. You didn't even say generation. Oh, I remember my classmates and shit doing those in school, but I don't actually remember them because I never did them. I was the loner kid. You know, that one kid that transferred in that nobody grew up with in elementary school, and so they just kind of get left alone because they're quote-unquote the weirdo. Yeah, Miss Mary Mac. I know. Patty cake, baker's man. Bake me a cake as fast as you can. I just don't know how to do the freaking hand thing. Anyway, tea's ready.
おお、すまないね、雪村くん。
I made my way around the room, pouring a cup of tea for each person there, making sure not to spill. The spy. He gave me a warm smile as I handed him his tea.
やっぱり寒い日には厚めのお茶がうまいね。
Thank you. I felt a flush of pride at his words, even though I knew quite well that serving tea was hardly impressive. Just the same, I felt as if I was helping out in a way, and that was a nice feeling. I was the kid, by 3rd grade, I was the kid who was out in the fucking, field, pretending to be a fucking velociraptor with her, like, one and only friend. Or, you know, running around catching butterflies and dragonflies and getting bit by the dragonflies and stung by the bees. Or bitten by the fucking grasshoppers, because, you know, I grabbed them too. I'd also run around with snakes. No, the snakes did not bite me. The snakes were harmless. It's funny how I got bit by bugs more often than I got bit by snakes. I've never been bitten by a snake, Zelda. Yeah, like, I would see other girls playing stuff like that, but I never joined in. I wasn't one of the kids who was, like, unfortunately invited into their little clique. Time to arrange a snake bite. Someday I am going to get a ball python from my friend Heather, and I'm going to name it Death, because my husband's allergic to bananas. And that's the only joke I can make. And I'm going to hold the banana ball python every day. Ball pythons are just so cute. I grew up with garter snakes, which are apparently very popular in the pet trade nowadays. Then Hijikata spoke, and his words brought me back to the present. Gracie, go potty. Go potty, Gracie. No! I already told y'all not to play it in the first place. Boop, 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 boop. Ha ha ha. You have been trepided. Hi, Coco. Nyeh. Oh, well, hang on, guys. Let me mute. Well, I'm considering I'm right here and I can see when the frickin' thing is red. Oh, your homie that's been around since kindergarten? Cough, cough. I have a friend that's been around since first grade. I lost track of my friends from kindergarten because I went to a private kindergarten and then moved schools. Only because it was literally it literally only had preschool and kindergarten at that place. So literally everyone had to change schools. Yeah, I didn't live in that town though. My mother worked in that town. So it just made it easier for me to go to school there for a while. But then I went to the elementary school that was like right down the street from where we lived. And that's where I met my bestie of now 21 years. King, this gal and I are so close. Sam already saw what we do in Discord. We will call each other bitch in a very affectionate way. We'll pretend to be married. We'll give kissy faces to each other. We are that close. Oh my lord. Let me check the Discord really quick. I want to remember what the fuck she said. Gotta minimize the thing. She said, "Hey babes, I miss you," with a kissy face. And I went into frickin' Snapchat and I'm like, "Hey, just want to let you know my sister Sam joined our Discord." And she's like, "Ah, fuck." She's like, "Fuck, I just call you babe." Oh, were you trying? Why are you laying down? Hi. You want this? Are you hungry?
八木さんたちにも世話になったが、この短所もそろそろ手狭になってきたか。
まあ確かに狭くなったな。大使の数も増えてきたしよ。
広いところに移れるんならそれがいいんだけどな。雑魚寝してる連中かなり辛そうだしよ。
だな。前川邸で寝起きしてる連中なんて毎晩押し寿司みてえになりながら寝てやがるぜ。あれじゃ疲れが取れねえだろうし、なんとかしてやりてえよな。
そんなこと言ったって僕たち新選組を受け入れてくれる場所なんてないでしょ。僕たち今日の嫌われ者だしね。
Don't grab your hair. A person sitting beside Kondu pointed at the map spread out upon the table.
西本願寺というのはどうかしら。
It's fucking Ito! Yeah, imagine him doing that creepy laugh at the fucking beginning of the prologue with the Furies. I could hear it being him.
Nishi Honganji ですと？先方の同意を得られるとは思えませんが。
でも数百人の大使が寝起きできるほど広い場所なんて他にないでしょ。それにあの場所ならいざという時も動きやすいと思うのだけど。
This man was named Kishitaro Ito, recruited by Heisuke a few months ago as the Shinsengumi's military advisor and deputy commander. He developed his notoriety teaching Hokushin Ito in his dojo and is known for his scholarliness.
それに西本願寺は以前長州老師をかくまっていたこともあると聞きますわ。我々が西本願寺に移れば老師たちは身を隠す場所を一つ失うことになります。
そこまで考えての選定というわけですか。なるほど。
Your sister can't. Yeah. Yeah. Well, Gracie. Whoop. You're just wearing a camisole for your top, so technically you're fine. As long as your shorts are okay for outside, you're fine. Zelda, you cannot go outside without monitoring, you know this. Obviously, I am not getting up to go outside and watch you guys for the next 3 hours. You can ask Papa Joe when he gets home. He might say no, he might say yes, you don't know. Daddy's not going to be back until late. And neither Grandma T. So, it's probably just, you know, you, me, Papa Joe, Gracie, and Calcifer for a bit. Yeah, because Grandma T and Daddy are both going to be out for a while. They work late. Yep. Yep. Kondo seemed very impressed by Ito's suggestion, but a silent voice of protest arose.
僧侶の動きを武力で押さえつけるのはいかがなものかと思いますが。
Ito's brow twitched, as if disturbed by the idea, and faced Sanan directly.
自社を隠れ蓑にして好き勝手な振る舞いをしていたのは長州老師の方ではなくて、今日の治安を乱す不定老師に配慮して差し上げるなんて、三男さんもお優しいこと。
Ito's deflection of Sanan's words left a bitter taste in everyone's mouth, including Sanan. Ow!
尊上過激派を抑える必要があるという点に関しては同意しますが。
じゃあなんだ、切り合う時は「やあやあ我こそは」って名乗りを上げて正々堂々とやるべきだとでも言うつもりか。不定老師どもがそんな鎌倉武士みたいなご作法に付き合ってくれりゃいいがな。
三郎、口を慎みなさい。
もっと悪い、つい本音が出た。
The other man besides Ito was Saburo Miki, who joined at the same time as Ito. Allegedly, he is Ito's younger brother by blood.
皆さん方、ごめんなさいね。この子は昔から口が悪くて。三男さんもお気を悪くなさらないでくださいな。あなたのような方も新選組を大きくしていく上では必要だと思いますし、たとえ左腕が使い物にならなくとも、その才覚と学識は隊のために大いに役立つはずですわ。
I hate Ito so bad. I watched as Sanan bit his lip, an act of restraint to Ito's sour words. The tension was cut by another voice.
伊藤さん、今のはどういう意味だ。
I have to change the baby, so I'll be right back. And ads start in a minute anyway.
I repeat, better the glasses. Who you want to destroy is on.
Oh, Now here we stand and hover on the edge. We're just a drop in time. I feel like gave you every breath I had. Even forgave your crimes. I open my eyes.
decided to switch the laundry while I was out. Hijikata's voice was cold and sharp, like the sound of a blade sliding across a whetstone. Oh. Thank you, honey. Were they falling on the floor?
Yeah.
Thank you for grabbing them.
What are you doing?
Shh, just calm him down. Ito seemed taken aback, and his eyes grew wide.
あんたが言うように三男さんは優秀な論客だ。けどな、剣客としてもこの新選組に必要な人間なんだよ。
Hijikata only spoke when necessary, so it must have been something he truly believed. However,
ですが、私の腕は
He couldn't even seem to bring himself to finish. It seemed as though Hijikata realized his words were reminding Sanan of what he used to be, causing Sanan to curl his lips into a frown.
ごめん遊ばせ。私としたことが失言でしたわ。三男さんは皆さん方の大切なお仲間ですものね。仲がよろしくて結構なことですわ。新たに入隊した大使たちも同じ気持ちでいてくれるといいのですけど。
Hijikata's eyes seethed with anger towards Ito. Kondo tried to relieve the tension by stepping in and clearing the air.
とりあえず豚書移転の件に関してはもう少し話し合ってから決めるということで。伊藤さん、この後お付き合いを願えますかな。先ほどの件についてもう少し詳しい話をお聞きしたいので。
ええ、喜んで。
Seeing the two get up, Takeda followed right behind them.
近藤局長、私もご一緒して構いませんか。
いいとも。ぜひ君も伊藤さんの話を聞いて大いに見識を広めてくれたまえ。
What? dealing with the children, having done something. Hang on a minute. Alright, I'm back. Ish. Cal, unlatch your arm.
新選組幹部といえど剣術ばかりではいかんからな。
I had to go explain what happened to my stepfather-in-law, so.
これからは広い視野と深い知識を身につけねばな。
Poke, poke your eye out with the microphone.
No string? Okay. Would you rather this? Yeah. Okay. Oh, I didn't tell you what happened. It had something to do with their Go-Gurt, basically. Someone had an extra Go-Gurt, or someone skipped out on a Go-Gurt, and they won't tell me who did it, because there's just one left. And, I'm like, well, if you keep pointing your finger at each other, bless you, or no one fesses up, you just both get the punishment then. And every time I tried to ask if anyone did, you know, Zelda just kept repeating the same thing over and over again, that, you know, they both had Go-Gurt this morning, but I already knew that because I'm the one who was helping open the Go-Gurt. I had not asked about this morning. I already knew about this morning.
Huh.
Kondo left the common room with Ito and Miki, however, who still sat before us. He smirked coldly towards us and slinked off to leave the common room. Okita spoke once Miki's footsteps weren't audible.
まったく誰なのさ、あんな人たちを連れてきたのは。
犯人はまだ江戸にいるだろう。平助の野郎、帰ってきたらとっちめてやる。
伊藤さんは尊攘派なんだろう。長州の奴らと同じ考えの奴がよく新選組に入る気になったもんだな。
Yeah, honestly, I agree with Harada. It doesn't make sense that Miki and Ito decided to join with their group into the Shinsengumi because they directly oppose the Shinsengumi's original beliefs. The Shinsengumi stands with the shogunate. The imperial nationalists stand with the empire, with the emperor. So, having imperialists joining the Shinsengumi doesn't make sense. While, yes, they could join just to, you know, try and keep the whole thing, keep the town safe and whatnot. But that's obviously not what they're doing. Yeah, shit's a little fucky-wucky here. It doesn't make sense.
尊皇攘夷だからって長州と同一視されるのは心外らしい。そもそも尊皇とはとかなんとかわけのわからねえことを抜かしてやがったんだよ。近藤さんも近藤さんであっさり丸め込まれやがって。
近藤さんってお人よしですからね。ああいう口がうまくてお腹の中が真っ黒な人に騙されやすいんだよな。
その伊藤さんが参謀で弟が9番組組長か。めんどくさいことになったぜ。
Eventually, Hijikata approached Sannan, who weakly hung his head, facing the floor in shame.
三男さん、あんな奴の言うことなんざ気にするんじゃねえぞ。
Sanan left dryly and shook his head.
伊藤さんは学識も高く弁舌に優れ、剣の腕も確かな方ですよ。優秀な参謀の入隊で、ついに総長はお役御免というわけですね。
おい、三男さん。
Sanan left the room as Hijikata's voice trailed behind, echoing in the hall.
三男さんも気の毒にな。あの調子だから近頃は大使連中にも避けられちまってる。
What? But why?
無理もねえだろう。どんな言葉をかけても全部悪く取られちまうし。何を言っても皮肉と嫌味しか返ってこねえから、大使たちも怯えちまって近づかねえんだよ。
Oh no, poor Sanan. I just cleaned my glasses and I just smudged them again. What the hell? I'm just taking them off to clean them, like, holy crap. I'm a struggle. Even though I haven't been here as long as the captains, I knew Sanan was so well liked by the other warriors before his injury.
土方さん、伊藤さんたちなんて適当な理由をつけてさっさと追い出しちゃってくださいよ。あの人たちが来てから僕、毎晩嫌な夢ばっかり見るんですよね。
んなことできるわけねえだろうが。近藤さんはすっかり伊藤さんに心酔してるみてえだしな。
No? I did not.
I don't
want to hear any mumbling between you two girls.
黙っちゃいねえだろう。
役に立たない人だな。無理を通すのが鬼副長の役目でしょ。
んじゃてめえが副長やりゃいいだろうが。で、あいつらを追い出せ。
嫌に決まってるじゃないですか。そんなめんどくさいの。
The consensus was that Ito was not to be trusted, and it seems no one spoke in his defense. Only one, during all of this, quietly sipped his tea. Saito quietly looked up at me as I poured more tea into his cup. So, what do you think about Ito? I mean, about Ito joining, that is.
さまざまな考えを持つ者が属してこそ、タイというのは広がりを見せるものだ。
So then...
だが無理に広げようとすると、内部から瓦解を始めることもある。
His words hung in the air, a dark omen for the future of the Shinsengumi. If you recall, from our previous playthrough with Shinpachi, Shinpachi actually made mention late into his route in the Edo Blossoms game that he had viewed that the Shinsengumi had rotted within. So, yeah, it is a dark omen for the future of the Shinsengumi. Saito had literally foreseen shit happening. It was considered of Ito to join, but his presence seemed to be a recipe for dissension, if not outright disaster. The setting sun glowed through the windows with a warm, rich maroon, an ominous kind of beauty. It's cold. I came into the yard, and my body stopped due to the cold. Guess spring will take a while. I wasn't too fond of Ito, but it was Sanan and his condition that truly worried me. I really wish his arm would just heal. That arm, or perhaps more accurately, the lack of it, was the source of his change in personality. Ads in 10 minutes, guys. Still, as nice as it would be for Sanan's arm to simply start working again, that seemed like the stuff of a child's fable, not real life. That was when I remembered.
薬でも何でも使ってもらうしかないですね。三男さんも納得してくれるんじゃないかな。
そうじ、めったなこと言うもんじゃねえ。幹部が羅刹になってどうするんだよ。
Okita was talking about the Shinsengumi having some secret serum back in the day. Okay, what order? Okay. Judging from how they spoke of it, it's an item with circumstances. And I was not to know about the existence of that serum. If I were to look into it without approval, there was no doubt that I'd be punished. But I'm the daughter of a doctor. I forgot to bring up this. I'm pretty sure I had more knowledge on medicine than the men of the Shinsengumi did. I investigate. I'm going to muster the courage to look into this. But where should I investigate? My room is in the Yagi house. There are some rooms that I am not allowed to enter, but the captains live here as well, and I'd finally learn how to navigate the building. However, there was another building that was part of the headquarters for the Shinsengumi aside from the Yagi house. Some of the leaders, along with other warriors, live in the Makewa house, diagonal from Yagi. Maekawa. Bleh. And Sanan, who's injured, has been holed up in the Nambu residence located behind Yagi. Since it's a residence, one cannot just stroll there casually, and since it's barely used by anyone other than Sanan, it's a little isolated. If there are secrets being kept from me, they'd have to be kept in a place I'd never think to check. If I were looking into it, it would either be in the forbidden areas of the Yagi residence. Which should I look into? Nambu. Once I was quite sure everyone in the Yagi house was asleep, I made my move. So far, so good. Luckily, I was able to get to the entrance without anything happening, and I sighed with relief.
何が良かったの?
Saito, hi. The surprise of seeing someone froze me.
君も大胆だな。僕たちの目を盗んで逃げ出そうとするなんて。
Okita! Well, I'm not.
一体何が違うのかな。こんな夜中に人目を盗んで部屋を抜け出すなんて。脱走以外考えられないんだけど。
Look, well, it's not like that. How was I supposed to explain to him? The more I panicked, the more I choked up.
冗談だよ。もし君が本当に脱走したら切っちゃえばいいだけだし。逃げたところでどうせ行くあてもないだろうしね。
You're right. He was right. Even if I somehow managed to escape the Shinsengumi, I would lose my best chance at finding my father.
何にせよ、さっさと部屋に戻りなよ。子供が遊ぶ時間じゃないんだから。君だってあらぬ疑いをかけられて切られたくないでしょ。
Yeah. Maybe Okita was right. That was reckless of me to investigate the serum, and thoughts swirled in my head before Okita spoke up again.
もし怖いものを見たら、すぐに声を上げて助けを呼ぶんだよ。一人で何とかしようなんて思わなくてもいいから。わかった。
Not Okita beating around the bush that, he'd come and rescue her or anything. Or that he's worried about her. Huh? He sounded rather serious for a moment. What do you mean by something scary? What could I run into in the Shinsengumi's headquarters that could be as scary as he thinks? He looked almost surprised for a moment, his face breaking into a wide grin.
そうだな。
And back to being a bully.
怖い夢とかお化けとか、鬼副長なんてのもあるかもね。
That does sound scary. If Hijikata found out I was walking around the compound without permission, I'm going to go back to my room now.
そうそう。おとなしく寝てるのが賢明だよ。僕は中庭をもう一回りしてこようかな。
Okita started to hum as he walked away. I didn't expect to be found, especially by Okita of all people. There was no way I could sneak into the Nambu house behind his back. Maybe I could investigate the Yagi house before going back to my room. Wait. I was so surprised. I hadn't stopped to think. Why was Okita up so late? It was as if he expected someone to leave the Yagi house. But there's no way he could have known I would try. If not me, then who? It was night at the Yagi house and dead silent. I tiptoed down the halls as quietly as possible. Huh? Were my ears playing tricks on me? Or did someone just walk into the common room? I'd be in trouble if someone saw me, so I did my best to blend into the shadows and hide. After a few moments of heart-pounding seclusion, my curiosity got the best of me. I departed my hiding place and crept towards the common room. I peered inside. Inside was Sanan. I wonder why. Here we go. There's an ad coming up, so I'm just gonna hit it now so that we don't miss this or cut it in half. So, I will see you guys after the ad break.
As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we're radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, yeah, radiate, but now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, we used to radiate.
Ads look like they are just about up with a few seconds, according to my thing for some people. But I am back, and here we go. This is an intense moment. Something felt wrong. I just stood there. What is Sanan doing here late at night? I was at a loss. Should I speak to him, or... Before I could make up my mind, he turned.
まさか君に見つかるとはね。正直予想していませんでしたよ。
Sanan gazed directly at me and muttered.
雪村くん、そこにいるのでしょ？出て。
I guess he spotted me. I gave up and made myself visible to Sanan. I'm sorry if it seemed I was snooping around or watching what you were doing.
別に叱るつもりはありませんよ。夜中に怪しい人影を見かけたら気にかかるのは当然でしょうしね。
It was very subtle, but I noticed something was off in Sanan's attitude. He had a peaceful smile, something I hadn't seen for what I felt like ages. It was a bit too peaceful, as if his worries had suddenly left him. It was an expression I had never seen since he had gotten injured. Do you feel the chills yet, King? 'Cause I do. Sanan? Did something good happen?
ええ、ありましたよ。というより、ようやく決心できたと言うべきでしょうか。
Something swished in his hand. Sanan, what is that?
これが気になりますか？
After his cryptic reply, he showed me what was in his hand. Sanan was holding a small bottle made from a fine iriro. The glass was filled with a crimson liquid that looked like poisonous chemical to me.
これは君の父親である高堂さんが幕府の密使を受けて作った薬です。
What? The shogunate ordered my father to do something?
もともと西洋から渡来したものだそうですよ。人体に劇的な変化をもたらす飛躍としてね。
What do you mean by utterly transform?
単純な表現をすると、筋力や自己治癒力の増強でしょうか。
It sounded like something out of a fairy tale. If such a thing were to truly exist, the serum would be considered a miracle cure. But
しかしこの薬には致命的な欠陥がありました。
His smile twisted only a little.
強すぎる薬の効能が人の精神を狂わすに至ったのです。薬を飲んだ人間がどうなったか、その姿は君も目にしたことがありますね。
Of course. I had seen the results of that madness the night I first met the Shinsengumi. Okita and Saito had killed off that monster with the white hair.
君は察しがいいですね。そう、あの時の大使たちですよ。薬を与えられた彼らは理性を失い、血に狂う化け物となり果てました。
His words brought a sharp chill down my spine. How horrible.
切り合いの最中、血が流れるたびに狂っていては強靭な肉体を手に入れた意味がありません。行動さんは新選組という実験場でこの薬の改良を行っていたのですよ。
No! My father conducting experiments on human beings that made them go mad at the sight of blood? I couldn't believe it. No, I didn't want to believe it. But there was no reason for Sanan to lie either. I saw it before my very eyes. Then did father really... Sanan shrugged off my disbelief and continued.
しかし残念ながら彼は行方不明となり、薬の研究は中断されてしまいました。行動さんが残した資料をもとにして私なりに手を加えたものがこれです。
He smirked and shook the bottle gently. The liquid inside sloshed from side to side almost lazily.
その原液をできる限り薄めてあります。
I had so many questions to ask him, but I didn't even know where to start, so I simply spoke the first thing that came to mind. If you drink that, will you be okay? So, that serum, will it prevent you from going mad?
まだわかりません。誰にも試していないものですから。
His smile faded.
ですが、飲めば私の腕は治ります。薬の調合が成功さえしていればね。
You mean you're actually considering taking it? He had no guarantee that it wouldn't simply kill him outright, and even if he did survive, it might well drive him insane. Sanan, please reconsider this. I'm sure there's some other way. You don't need to rely on the...
こんなものにでも頼らなければ私の腕は治らないのですよ。私はもはや用済みとなった人間です。普通の大使まで陰口を叩いているのは知っています。あなたにはわからないでしょうね。大いなる志を持って同志と共に江戸から登ってきたというのに、何の役にも立てぬままお情けで重職を与えられている私の気持ちなど。
How could you say it's pity? You're a leader here. The Shinsengumi respects you now, more than ever. Sanan's eyes dotted with melancholy, flashing a brief smile that entertained the idea behind my words.
よく覚えていますよ。私は剣客としてもこの新選組に必要なのですよね。
This is the same conversation we'll have when we're on Sanan's route, by the way. Sanan seemed bitterly focused on the words Hijikata said earlier. They really did affect him.
剣客として死に 生きた屍になれというのであれば、人としても死なせてください。
No!
失敗すると決まったわけではありません。そう分の悪い賭けではありませんよ。
Sanan smiled as he said that, but there was no way to know what might happen to him. Considering the worst that could happen, I couldn't sit by and allow him to do this. Yeah, the only difference in the conversation is the results of the ending of what happens when we're on his route, because there's a choice in here, I think? Yeah, there's a choice in here somewhere. Right here. Sanan came to hate himself for being unable to fight alongside his comrades and friends. Even if they forgave him, he never forgave himself. But
君にはわからないかもしれませんね。
was it the sort of thing only a fellow swordsman could comprehend then? How could I convince him to listen to me? It was then, in the moment of helplessness, that I remembered Okita's words.
もし怖いものを見たら、すぐに声を上げて助けを呼ぶんだよ。
Of course! I could never know what Sanan felt, but another man devoted to the sword might. I screamed as loud as my lungs allowed, my voice echoing down the halls and across the courtyards of the compound. I am not screaming Okita. I'm barely able to do like the gasps and other shouts of raising her voice. I'm not screaming. Sorry, guys. Okita! But even as I cried out, Sanan drew his head back and drained the vial in a single draught. No! With the soft clink of glass, it rolled from Sanan's palm onto the floor of the common room. His face warped in pain, and he collapsed to the floor. His hair began to turn white. It became clear to me that his pain was something no ordinary person could handle. Sanan, you have to hold on. Through his fingers, I saw his maddening eyes. Before me were the eyes that greeted me on the first night in Kyoto. Behind me, I heard the door slide open. Sanan looked behind me over my shoulder.
沖田君ですか。
こんばんは、三男さん。
It seemed like Okita didn't even look at me, his eyes completely focused on Sanan. Then, briefly, the small bottle on the floor, before back to Sanan. Okita, Sanan stared at Okita, his breath ragged in pain, like air struggled to stay in his chest.
見ての通り、実験は失敗です。沖田君、お願いできますか。
ええ、わかってます。
His expression flashed into a familiar grin. Even after Okita drew his sword, it still didn't occur to me what was about to happen. The polished tip of Okita's blade was pointed directly at Sanan.
安心してください。きちんと僕が解釈してあげますよ。
飲み込みが早くて助かりますよ。さすが新選組の剣だ。
Sanan exuded calm at the sound of Okita's response. I held my breath, unsure if I wanted to see what was about to happen before me. Okita, you're not serious, are you? You aren't really gonna kill him, are you? My voice shook with disbelief, and Okita's eyes paid me no attention.
君さ、やめてくれないかな、そういうの。よそ者は黙っててよ。
But wasn't Sanan his comrade or his friend? Everyone seemed to give their heart and soul to the Shinsengumi, but not like this.
鬱陶しいんだよ。新選組大使にでもなったつもり？
He didn't even move, but his tone hit me like a slap. I'd been living with them for so long that my initial fear had almost completely disappeared. I felt like I'd found a place for myself.
忘れたって言うんならもう一度言ってあげるよ。君は利用価値があるから生かしてあげてるだけで、僕たちの仲間じゃない。
His words shattered my already breaking heart. But just then, Sanan screamed in pain, and I saw him kick the floor. Then I heard a horrific sound, like meat being cleaved and resounding through the darkness. My God. Peeking over Okita's back, I heard a loud thud of a body collapsing to the floor, and around Okita's foot pooled the dark red puddle of blood. Sanan? I was trembling as I watched the blood trickle.
近づかない方がいいよ。
Okita's arm appeared in front of me coldly. What? But why? I gave him a reproachful gaze, but he showed no signs of faltering.
何度も言わせないでくれる？近づくなって言ってるでしょ。深手は合わせたけど、また襲いかかってこないとは限らないしね。
Huh?
あの薬を使ったら、この程度じゃ死ねないんだよ。
So, Sanan is still alive? Okita nodded bitterly, his body locked into a defensive position.
死ねないって言ってるんだから、生きてるに決まってるでしょ。
Just hearing gargling noises and epic fireworks and sword slashing, and he overcame the odds. Weirdest mashup ever. Oh my God. I was relieved from the bottom of my heart. Oh, thank goodness. This good news, however, didn't mean we could let our guards down. Sanan could lose his senses again and potentially mortally wound us. But for now, at least Sanan is alive. After Sanan collapsed, the captains rushed into the room. They must have heard the commotion from the common room. Everything glowed white afterward, and I realized I was in a daze. None of their words stuck in my ear, and I wobbled back to my room.
まったく手間がかかる子だよね、君って。
Okita had taken me back to my room, and I heard him as soon as he opened the door for me.
説明してくれるかな。どうして三男さんと一緒にいたの？
Okita was never particularly pleasant to me, but his tone was even harsher than usual. I felt like there was something in the common room. I was curious, so I had a look. I found Sanan in there. Okita's lackadaisical response seemed disarming, and he just scared me. My god. Although my mind had cleared somewhat, it was still difficult to keep my thoughts organized. One, however, rose quickly to the surface. Adds in 10. Is it true that my father had something to do with that stuff Sannan drank?
三男さんから聞いたのそれ。
Yes. He said it makes you stronger, but it drives you mad. What? What? Because I said it perfectly within the sentence? No, just because. Sorry. Hi, baby. He fixed his eyes warily on the ceiling above us, sighing before eventually answering my question.
君は薬をここに持ち込んだ人の娘だし、狂った大使とも実際に会ってるし、少しぐらいなら聞かせてあげてもいいかな。本当なら殺しちゃいたいところだけど。
His manner of speaking was far removed from his usual joking self when he mentioned killing, but this time it felt like he meant it. Damn, that deadly stare. He could kill me at any time.
薬のことについて何か質問ある？一つくらいなら答えてあげるけど。
Where the fuck? Oh, there it is. I'm like, I thought I felt my phone, but I couldn't figure out where it was. I desperately searched for the words. Why did the Shinsengumi get involved in something like this?
僕たちの役目は今日を騒がせる不逞老師を取り締まることだけど、簡単な仕事じゃないっていうことぐらい君にだってわかるよね。
Yeah. Among the Ronin, there are plenty that are actually skilled swordsmen. When I was on rounds, I saw many such men fighting and dueling amongst themselves.
今日に来たばかりの頃はとにかく人手が足りなくてね。僕たちの名前なんて全然知られてないし、給金だって満足に出なかったからさ。入隊希望者なんてめったにいないし、たまに来ても得体の知れないゴロつきばっかり。そんな時、幕府の人が薬の実験を持ちかけてきたんだ。
An experiment. That must have been what Sanan was referring to. So, you knew what the side effects were, and you still made them take it?
もちろん彼らも承知の上だよ。新選組にはね、局中ハットっていうのがあるんだ。隊をまとめるための決まりみたいなものなんだけど、それに背くと即切腹を申し付けられる。
Cut yourself open?
あれ、何驚いてるの？武士の責任の取り方って言えば切腹しかないじゃない。
Traditionally, when samurai disgraced themselves, they drove their swords into their bellies. I had thought such traditions were obsolete, and now that the worst they do is pretend to cut themselves open with a fan.
でもまあどうせ死んじゃうんだし、最後にもう一度役に立ってもらった方がいいでしょ。だから切腹するか薬を飲むか好きな方を選んでもらうことにしたんだ。かわいそうだよね、本当に。
I couldn't think of anything to say. What sort of choice was that? Death by your own hand, or madness and death by someone else's? The men that I'd encountered that winter night, had their last thoughts at men been hope they survived the madness? It sounded horrible.
簡単に強くなれる薬があれば便利だよね。実際は全然大したことなかったんだけど、僕たちでも簡単に切っちゃえるぐらい。
In a moment, I was taken back to the fateful night when Okita dispatched the warriors with white hair without any effort.
三男さんはこれからどうなるんだろうね。
I was worried too. Was Sanan okay? Would he change? My stomach was twisting itself into knots. And so, the long night broke. The captain of the Shinsengumi gathered in the common room.
みんな安心してくれ。峠は越えたようだよ。
The room collectively breathed a sigh of relief.
で、どうなんだ三男さんの様子は。
今はまだ寝てる。静かなものだよ。
今までの大使たちみてえになっちまってるのか、それとも。
Inoue simply shook his head.
確かなことは目を覚ますまでわからんね。見た目は昨日までと変わらないんだが。
Suddenly then, the door slid open.
おはようございます皆さん。ご機嫌いかがかしら。
うげ、伊藤さん。
うげとはご挨拶ですのね。皆さんお顔の色が優れない様子ですけど。
そりゃ朝っぱらからあんたの顔見たせいに決まってるだろうが。
まあ長倉くんったら冗談がお上手ですこと。
Ito dismissed Nagakura's snide remark and turned to face the standing warriors.
皆さんの顔色がよろしくないのは、もしかして昨晩の騒ぎと関わりがあるのかしら。
いや、
Desperately, Kondo's eyes flew around the room as if looking for someone to offer an excuse.
よし、ごまかせその。
あ、俺か。実は昨日。
大根役者は出しゃばらないでくれるかな。そういうのだったらもっと得意な人がいるじゃない。
Okita turned to Saito expectantly, and the latter spoke up at once.
伊藤参謀がお察しの通り、昨晩屯所内にて事件が発生しました。
まあ、事件ですって。
はい。ですが我々もまだ全容を把握できてはいない状況です。今の時点での説明は余計な誤解を招くばかりかと。ですので今夜にでも場を設け、 詳しくお伝えさせていただきたく存じます。
そういうことですの。今夜のお呼ばれ、心待ちにしていますわ。では、ごめん遊ばせ。
Ito brandished another strange smile, stood, nodded, and left the room promptly. Ads are about to start. We will see you guys back in a bit.
I see the fear inside your eyes. I see the pain in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, get radiate. Now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, we used to radiate, now we're drowning. Falling for someone like you. Oh.
We are back. Welcome back. King, you really like squishing my emotes.
なんとか見逃してもらえたみたいだね。
What do you mean?
伊藤さんはなんだかんだで頭が回る人だからな。幹部が勢ぞろいしてる場に三男さんだけいねえんだ。あの人絡みで何かあったってことぐらいすぐ感づくだろ。
Oh. Ito had likely guessed what took place, but decided not to press the issue. I had looked up just in time to see Sannan shuffle through the door. Sannan!
そんな化け物を見るような目で見られても困りますよ。
三男さん、起きてていいのかい？
You're so weird.
少し気だるいですがね。これも薬の副作用でしょう。あの薬を飲んでしまうと昼間動くことが困難になりますから。
Sannan looked a little pale, but it didn't look too difficult for him to stand and speak. but if it's hard for him to move during the day,
私はもう人ではありません。
those words sunk our hearts heavily. Even the captains fell silent to his solemn admission.
いや、三男君、君が生きていてくれてよかった。我々はそれだけで十分だと思う。
Kondo stood and grabbed Sannan's shoulders tightly, his expression bright and endearing. Tears nearly welled in his beaming eyes.
それで腕の方はどうなんです？
まだ本調子ではありませんからね。自分でもよくわからないのですが。
He lifted his left arm, the arm that had before hung limp at his side, and flexed his hand. It didn't look any different than before his injury.
治っているようですね。少なくとも不便がない程度には。
Thank goodness. In spite of the chaos from last night, his wish to use his arm once more came true. However,
あの薬を飲んだってことは昼間動けねえようになっちまったんだろう。それなのにタイムに参加なんてできるのか。 解決策はあります。私が死んだことにすればいい。
his voice was calm, almost careless.
これから私は薬の成功例として羅刹を束ねていこうと思っています。
三男さん、それ本気で言ってるのか？あんた自分が何を言ってるのか分かってるのかよ。
分かっていますとも。長倉君、君こそ忘れたのですか？我々は薬の存在を伏せるよう幕府から命じられているのですよ。私が死んだことにすれば、今までのように薬の存在を隠し通すことができる。それに、もし薬の持つ副作用を消すことができるのだとすれば、それを使わない手はないでしょう。
They seemed to be against Sanan's idea, though no one said anything. Who would want to consign a friend to a life of secrecy, lived in the shadows? But
薬の実験は幕府からのお達しでもあるしな。そうするしかないか。
まあ三男さんが自分で選んだ道ですし、止めたって聞く人じゃないですよね。
Girls, no talking.
よくわかっていますね。その通りですよ。
Hijikata scoffed at Sanan's suggestion, and bitterness frothed from his words.
豚書移転の話、冗談じゃ済まされなくなったな。三男さんを伊藤派の目から隠すには広い豚書が必要だ。ここじゃ狭すぎる。
同意します。薬の研究を続けるのであれば、なおのこと移転を急ぐべきかと。
よし、ろくに寝てねえとこ悪いが、話し合いを始めさせてもらうぜ。雪村、お前は部屋に戻ってろ。ゆうべろくに寝てねえだろ。
Okay, understood. Please excuse me. I bowed to everyone and left the common room. I'm happy that Sanan was safe, but a whole flurry of new concerns arose. Learning of my father's horrible work, what will become of me? Will I be safe? Such thoughts buzzed heavily in my head as I walked back to my room. You better be doing your activity at the table. You know where I can see you? One person on one side, one on the other. June 1865. Our emperor had passed, and our year moved from the second year of Ganji to the first of Kyo. It was 3 months since we moved the headquarters to Nishi Hongonji. There's a lot more room, but more room went, well, farther to walk. I'd walked through it almost every day for weeks, and was finally beginning to learn my way around. As I turned the corner near the back of the compound, I caught sight of someone sitting in the shadows. There you are, Sannan. Your food's ready.
ああ、君でしたか。ありがとう。
The snow disappeared, the cherry blossoms bloomed and fled, and now the swallows and heat came. Sannan and I exchanged a pair of smiles, and I held out my hands to let the breeze brush across them. It's really gotten warm lately.
ええ。まあ、今の私には風より日差しの強さの方が勘に触りますがね。
Really? I didn't think the sun was particularly strong that day, but to Sannan, who hid in the shadows and out of sight during the day, it must have been unbearable. That night, he changed. Sannan's hair turned white, and in his eyes were a thirst for blood. But looking at his peaceful smile now made it hard to imagine such a night was real. If someone told me it was all a bad dream, I would have believed it. It wasn't a dream now, though, and now Sanan spends his days hiding from the sunlight and from others. For just a moment, the sun lit on Sanan's hair. I don't know if it was a trick of the light or simply my mind being foolish, but in that moment, his hair was a brilliant white.
どうかしましたか？幽霊でも見るような目つきで人を見るのは良いこととは思えませんが。
Oh! No, nothing at all. He looked perfectly normal now, of course. Surely, I thought, I must have simply imagined it. Even if I had, there was no denying that he was the same man who went mad with bloodlust. The fear of that night cast a shadow over my heart. It was unnerving. Heisuke and I made our way through the crowded, as usual, streets of Kyoto at brisk pace. You know, I haven't gone out on patrol with you in quite a while, Heisuke.
ああ、そうかもな。俺、長いこと江戸に行ってたし。俺の留守中どうだった？新八さんとか佐野さんにいじめられたりしなかったか？
Everything was fine. They were all kind to me.
そっか。ならいいけど。親父さんの行方はどうなんだ？手がかりとか見つかったか？
None at all.
やっぱ見つからねえか。俺も江戸に戻った時、お前の家の様子を見に行ってみたんだけどな。人が戻ってきた様子はなかったし、ほんとどこに行っちまったんだろうな。
The somberness of Hijikata's expression... The somberness of Heisuke's expression started to rub off on me. Now I was depressed. Oh, thank you for taking time to look anyway.
いや、別に礼を言われるようなことじゃねえって。そもそもお前が今みてえに自由に外に出られねえのも、元はといえば俺たちの。
Heisuke? Heisuke stopped himself mid-sentence, which was jarring. Ever since he returned to Edo, he looked glum. Returned from Edo. Hey, Heisuke? How about you? It's been a while since you were in Kyoto. Does it seem different from Edo?
ああ、そうだな。街も人も結構変わった気がする。
Huh? I wondered what was going through his head. Did something happen to him in Edo? His sudden change of character confused me. Heisuke's head jerked up slightly, and he looked across the street, stood on his toes, and waved.
おい、ソージ！そっちの様子はどうだった？
特に何も。いつも通りだね。
Okita was out on patrol as well, although his route took him through a different part of the city.
でも将軍上洛の時には忙しくなるんじゃないかな。
Okita! The shogun's coming to visit Kyoto?
そう、近藤さんも張り切ってるよ。近藤さん、家持公のことをすごく尊敬してるから。
Ads in 10. Ah, I see. I hope it turns out well. Right, Heisuke?
ああ、うん。まあ、近藤さんはそうだろうな。
Huh? Something had really gotten into him. I glanced at Okita to see if he had noticed anything. Okita? Are you alright?
平気だよ。ちょっと風邪をひいちゃったみたい。
Ah, I see. Well, please take care of yourself. I have medicine to treat colds, so I'll give you some when we return.
そう。ありがとう。君でもごくたまに役に立つことがあるんだね。
What's the matter? Okita's eyes looked past me suddenly, and something caught his attention off to the side.
おい小娘、断るとはどういう了見だ。
やめてください。話して。
民草のために日々上位を論ずる我ら志士に尺の一つや二つ自分からするのが当然であろうが。
Across the street, a clump of perhaps 3 or 4 men were harassing a young girl. Okita! Heisuke!
わかってるって。お前はここで待ってろ。
But it appeared that Okita got to them first.
やれやれ。上位って言葉も君たちに使われるんじゃかわいそうだよ。
The usual crowd shuffled away from Okita and the men as quickly as they could. No one wanted to be near the sight of unsheathed blades. The Ronin's eyes found Okita's jacket, and the men stiffened.
その羽織、新選組か。
知ってるなら話が早いな。どうする？
His lips curled into a predatory smile as his hand gripped his sword. There was no mirth in that rictus grin, and the Ronin's face grew much paler. Their moods were not totally deflated yet, as their ringleader made one more attempt.
幕府の犬が。
いいからとっとと失せろって。
The sight of 2 Shinsengumi blue jackets standing shoulder to shoulder was enough to deter the men.
貴様ら、覚えておれ。
The last of the color drained from their faces, and they turned tail and ran.
俺たちを見てとっとと逃げ出すぐらいなら、最初からあんな真似するなっての。
Aren't you going to go after them? Arrest them?
どんな罪で？君って意外と過激だな。
I didn't really mean it like that.
助けてくださってありがとうございました。私、南雲薫と申します。
Oh, I think we get to see more of Kaoru in this route, by the way. I watched as the girl gave Okita a quick bow. She was so refined, so ladylike. Even dressed like a girl, I doubted I could ever be as elegant as her. I'd only begun to feel sorry for myself when I suddenly felt Okita's hand. Bleh! I only just begun to feel sorry for myself when suddenly I felt a hand on my arm. Whoa! Okita?
いいから、この子の横に立って。
He shoved me next to the girl we'd just rescued, then stepped back to stroke his chin thoughtfully. Look, King. What do you think? We'll see. Okita? We'll see. I glanced nervously towards the girl and attempted to smile kindly under the circumstances. The smile she gave me in return was beautiful, but there was something about it that seemed odd. She seems familiar.
やっぱりよく似てるね、二人とも。
We look like Skinwalker. That's when I finally realized she was identical to whom I saw in the mirror.
そっか、俺は全然似てないと思うけどな。
いや、似てるよ。
Can my glasses not feel wonky?
きっとこの子が女装したらそっくりになると思うな。
沖田さん、この方困ってらっしゃいますよ。
Oh, I had to say something, but what? Perhaps she saw through my confusion, or perhaps it was something else.
きちんとお礼をしたいのですけれど、今は所用がありまして。ご無礼、ご容赦くださいね。このご恩はまたいずれ。新選組の沖田総司さん。
With that, the girl who called herself Kaoru disappeared into the crowds of Kyoto, although the uneasiness created by her presence remained.
おいおい、ありゃ掃除に気でもあるんじゃねえの？
今のがそう見えたんなら、平助は一生佐野さんに勝てないよね。
どういう意味だよ。
The back and forth continued, but my mind was elsewhere. Last night's rain left a number of puddles on the road, and when I looked into them, I saw a strange girl who looked just like me. Kaoru, huh? Wind caught the surface of the puddle, sending a flurry of ripples across it.
おい、そろそろ豚舎に戻るぞ。
All right, I'm coming. I turned and ran toward Heisuke and Okita, already on their way back to headquarters. The temple was much larger than the compound in Mibu, as advertised. The whole Shinsengumi could gather... Oh, we are in ads. Oops. I will see you back in a bit. You are weird, King. As Kondo spoke, his voice echoed grandly through the hall. Standing before Kondo were the many proud men under his leadership with glowing expressions.
皆も徳川第14代将軍徳川家茂公が上洛されるという話は聞き及んでいると思う。その上洛に伴い公が二条城に入られるまで新選組総力をもって警護の任に当たるべしとの要請を受けた。
将軍公の警護を新選組が？
こりゃとんでもねえ大出世だな。
池田屋や金門の変の活躍でお偉いさん方も俺たちの働きを認めざるを得なかったんだろうよ。
警護中は文字通り僕らの刀に国の行く末がかかってるってことですか？
そういうことだ。てめえら気合い入れていけよ。
No talking, girls.
将軍公の警護とはまた大役ですな。
本当に三男さんが生きていればどれほどお喜びになったことか。本当に惜しい方を亡くしましたわね。
Ito wiped a crocodile tears from his eyes with a silk handkerchief. Ito and his followers were told Sanan died. In fact, the entire incident surrounding his transformation had been covered up. Only a few of the men of the Shinsengumi knew the truth.
伊藤さん、こたびの幕命を立派に成し遂げることこそ、亡くなった三男君が真に望んでいることだと思います。
ええ、分かっていますわ。私たちの名を天下に広く知らしめる絶好の機会ですものね。
ともあれ、これから忙しくなりますな。
うん。まずはタイの編成を考えねば。とりあえず俺とトシ、それからソジ。
待ってくれ近藤さん。ソジは今回外してやってくれねえか。
なぜ
だ。なんでも風邪が治らねえとかでな。養生しろって散々言ってるのによ。
本当か？大丈夫なのかソジ。
大した風邪じゃないんですけどね。土方さんは大げさなんですよ。
何言ってやがるんだ。さっきも咳してただろうが。
それ薬を売りつけるための工場ですか？何を言われても石田三役は買いませんよ。
そんなんじゃねえよ。いいから言う通りにしろ。
I gave Okita some pretty strong medicine not too long ago. I wonder if it didn't work. Or maybe he doesn't have a cold, but rather he's inhaling dust from the lack of cleaning here. Then, suddenly someone raised his hand.
ん？平介、どうしたんだね。何か気になることでもあるのか？
あのさ、近藤さん。実は俺もちょっと調子が。
なんだ、平介も風邪か？気をつけないといかんぞ。せっかくの晴れ舞台、全員揃って家持ち子をお迎えしたかったのだがな。
すいません。
ああ、いや、責めたわけではないんだ。体調は大事だからな。いずれまた機会もあるであろうし、二人にはその時存分に働いてもらいたい。
Kondo and Hijikata continued to discuss their formation, but suddenly Hijikata turned to me.
そういや雪村、お前はどうするんだ。
What?
ほうけてるんじゃねえよ。お前は警護に参加するのかって聞いてんだ。
I can go too?
無論構わんとも。君も今や新選組の一員と言っても過言ではない。ぜひ参加してくれ。
Could I really go? I hesitated for a moment, confused, and Okita laughed.
まあ言ってもいいんじゃない？そんなに危険もなさそうだしね。
長州藩士は今日に出入りできねえから、切った張ったの騒ぎにはならねえだろうし。
What should I do? I'm just a little concerned about a person like me who's not a warrior coming along, but I was feeling emotionally strained with no leads on of my father turning up on rounds. I'll go.
よし、わかった。お前には伝令やら使いっ走りを頼むことになると思うがな。こき使ってやるから覚悟しとけ。
In the early days of the Tokugawa shogunate, Nijo Castle was a place for the shogun to stay on his way to the capital. It's been a while since a shogun actually stayed in it, though. We'd met the shogun on the road and begun our escort 30 minutes earlier. and arrived at the castle relatively recently. By now, I imagine Kondo, Nagakura, Inoue, and the men were greeting the officials and other important people into the shogunate's retinue. Well, I've got a job to do. It was my job to tell the soldiers when to change shifts and to carry messages back and forth. A glorified errand girl, in other words. I don't see myself being as useless, though, I think. I've come with a message.
なんだ、お前が伝達係かよ。ここは遊び場じゃねえんだぜ。
Well, I'm not here to play.
へえ、そうかよ。じゃあまともな刀も刺してないお前が何しに来てるんだ？
I've come here to do what I can do. Would you mind if we stop playing games?
言ってみろ。
The chief is currently going around, paying his respects to the people in the castle. Everyone else continue with the guard.
わかった。
Huh? That's it? It's that simple?
おい。なんだそのバカ面は。
Oh, well, no. I just...
仕事は仕事だからな。市場を挟むつもりはねえんだよ。ほら、伝達は聞いたんだ。さっさと行け。
Okay. Miki and I never really got on the best of terms, but maybe he's a responsible person. After he shooed me away, I continued attending to my duties as a messenger. In the surroundings of Nijo Castle, I can see warriors wearing a white uniform, which was different than the afternoon uniform. They don't seem too nervous. But I guess it makes sense. Some of the imperial nationalist extremists were driven out of Kyoto, and many warriors fled. There's no way anything would happen. Here we go, King. A sudden chill ran down the length of my spine. I froze. I knew the feeling. A length of cool steel seeking entry into your flesh, eyes shining with a lust for blood and violence. Since I'd begun living with the Shinsengumi, I'd felt it more than once. Bloodlust. My eyes were drawn to the roof, where no one would think to look. A large wall cast a shadow, shielding a section of the roof from the moonlight. There they stood. You!
気づいたか。さほど鈍いというわけでもないようだな。
They looked very distinctive, unlike any soldiers I'd seen before, but 3 sets of piercing eyes scattered my thoughts, making it hard to think. I'd recognized them. Now I had to put names to faces. Chikage Kazuma. Kyuju Amagiri. Kyo Shiranui. They were connected to both the Satsuma and the Choshu, and they'd made an effort to impede the Shinsengumi at Ikeda and again at Hamagiri. Why are you here?
そのなぜっつうのはどうやってここに立ち入ったかを聞いてやがんのか。だったら答えは簡単だ。俺ら鬼の一族には人間が作る障害なんざ意味をなさねえんだよ。
at work, so I'm popping in to say hi and take care of it. Thank you. Thank you, Mug. I have the baby eeping in my arms, so I can only take the drink. I cannot stretch very well, but I appreciate the kids who care. And I shall take my drink. Thank you. We are having fun.
我々はある目的のためにここに来た。君を探していたのです。
What? My heart was pounding so hard it could burst. Why do these men know my name? I don't understand. A demon? What do you mean? What are you here for? No, you must be joking.
鬼を知らぬだと。本気で言っているのか。
He stepped forward, cloaked in shadows. When Amagiri spoke, it was calm and peaceful, as if he were reasoning with a frightened child.
君は負った傷がすぐに癒えませんか。
I held my breath.
並の人間とは思えぬほど怪我の治りが早くありませんか。
How does he know my secret? I've never revealed it to anyone before. Well, Words struggled to come to my mind, and just as I was about to deny their accusations.
ああ、なんなら血ぶちまけて証明した方が早いか。
Shiranui's gun glistened eerily.
知らぬい。貴様貴重な女鬼に傷を負わせるつもりか。
んなこと言われても、こいつの往生際が悪いんだからしょうがねえだろうが。
After Kazuma glanced at Shiranui, his eyes drifted towards the kodachi at my hip again. Oh, I gotta check something real quick. I'm gonna switch this. And I got... Okay. I'm making sure my lurkies in the background stay people I'm actually following.
多くは語らぬ。
Are you up from your nap? Are you done? Oh, snuggle.
鬼を示す生と東の鬼が持つ小立ち。証拠としては十分に過ぎる。
Why are you hitting me? My family name? What was wrong with Yukimura? I didn't understand what he was saying, and the cold sweat started inching down my spine.
言っておくが、お前を連れて行くのに同意などいらぬ。女鬼は貴重だ。共に来い。
He says he doesn't need our permission to kidnap us, but in reality, he also does care about what we want in the long run. He just thinks that he's, his opinion and needs and wants are more important than finding the right words. He's very bad at communication. One moment. Actually, I'm gonna start ads early since I have to take care of this. So we will be right back.
Lately I've been contemplating every decision I've ever made. I know there's no right time to say this. I don't think you're the one for me. Dizzy, spinning. Sometimes it's too much. Take it easy. There's no need to rush. Is it all in my head, or is it all in my mind? Comparison, am I wasting my time? Lately I've been contemplating every decision I've ever made. I know there's no right time to say this. I don't think you're the one for me. Dizzy, spinning. Sometimes it's too much. Take it easy. There's no need to rush. Trap myself in this cage. I need help getting out. I did this to myself. I'll make my way
Sometimes I know I get drunk some nights. I get way too
close at night, but everyone's moving out. We all need time, but there's no way to slow it down. We're all dreamers, dreaming of the good life, but there's nothing that nice on the cards for us. It's alright though, 'cause we can have a good time, and we don't worry if it's dangerous. So take this ride and hold on tight. We're gonna live forever now, and side by side, we don't need light. We're gonna live forever now. You feel that touch and all the love, it makes us live forever now. We don't look up, we rise above. We're gonna live forever now. We've come so far, but it wasn't without a fight. We share these scars, but they won't keep us out of sight. We're all dreamers, dreaming of the good life, but there's nothing that nice on the cards for us. It's alright though, 'cause we can have a good time, and we don't worry if it's dangerous. So take this ride and hold on tight. We're gonna live forever now.
Alright, we're back. And I got some chips because I wanted munchie. His hand stretched out from the darkness, pale and grasping like the tentacle of some hideous subterranean monster. And then a blade flicked through the night.
おいおい、合いびきならもう少し色気のある場所を選んだ方がいいんじゃねえか。
またお前たちか。田舎の犬は目端だけは聞くと見える。
それはこちらのセリフだ。
Harada! Saito! My legs almost collapsed, as if the now shattered tension was the only thing keeping me standing. I teetered backwards, my balance momentarily lost, and a strong, sinewy hand caught me and pulled me back, its grip hard as steel. Hijikata. One hand guided me around behind him, even as the other drew his sword.
将軍の首でも取りに来たかと思えば、こんなガキ一人に一体何の用だ。
将軍も貴様らも今はどうでもいい。これは我ら鬼の問題だ。
鬼だと。
His eyes narrowed. Hijikata seemed perplexed by Kazuma's statement, as if contemplating the possibility of its truth.
こいつの面を拝むのは金門の変以来だな。
腐れんってとこか。大して嬉しくもねえがな。
再会という意味ではこちらも同じくだ。だが何の考えもわかんな。
我々の邪魔立てをするつもりですか。ならば。
The tension was so thick in the air that I could scarcely breathe. They were a powder keg ready to explode. Even the slightest movement could set them off. Wasn't like I could do much. But I still wanted to help them, so I grabbed my sword.
副長たちの心配は無用だ。
Girl, should you be chatting? Oh, my mother-in-law's home.
Hang on, I'll be right back.
We are back. Let me get my. Shh. Let me get my thing back up. Okay. Yes. Calm down. Yamazaki? When did you?
副長のメイド。君はこのまま俺が豚書まで連れて行く。
Then you're telling me to run away?
その通りだ。君がここにいてもできることは何もない。
I mean, he may be right, but and we're gonna return to headquarters because the person we're pursuing is over there. Even as I ran back to headquarters with Yamazaki, I couldn't shake the fear in my heart. When I finally got to the compounds, I still felt nervous, and I could do nothing but stare into the blank darkness behind me.
もう大丈夫だ。さすがにここまで追ってはこれまい。
But
不安なところ申し訳ないが、俺は副長たちのところへ戻らなくてはならない。
Your baby brother is a handful, isn't he? What? Are you hungry? You hungry, Kakao? Yeah? Hold on.
皆将軍校の警護に出ているから、今の豚書に大使はほとんど残っていない。
He might be hungry for food though. Grandma T's starting to cook. Yourself. Hey.
沖田さんか東堂さんのところにいるのがいいだろう。そこが最も安全だ。
Okay, understood.
では、後のことは頼んだぞ。
With that, he disappeared back into the darkness. Suddenly, the night felt very quiet. The word demon echoed through my head, and their faces floated in front of my eyes. I shook my head. As the temple came back into focus, I felt very, very alone. As Yamasaki said, I should go find Okita or Heisuke. But whom should I look for?
あれ
Okita looked up from cleaning his sword as I entered the hall.
二条城に行ってるんじゃなかったっけ？どうしたの？一人で。
Well,
あ、わかった。
I know, honey.
さては何か失敗して土方さんに追い返されたんでしょ。
Yeah, something like that.
あのさ、そんな引きつった顔で返事されても全然からかいがいがないんだけど。
Aw, Okita feels bad.
何があったのか聞かせてくれるかな。
Well, still feeling upset, I told Okita about the incident that unfolded at Nijio Castle. The minute I mentioned Kazuma's name, Okita's eyes lit up.
へえ、そうなの。風間千景。あいつが来てたんだ。あいつらが来るって分かってれば意地でも言ったんだけどな。
What? Of course he could have. No, you're sick. Hijikata told you to rest.
うるさいな。そもそも君が悪いんじゃない。君にもらった薬全然効く。
Okita! Oh no, King. It's the first sign of his illness getting worse. For just a moment, all colors but one faded away. I forgot about demons and castles upon seeing one thing, the sickly red splatter across Okita's hand and mouth. Are you okay? I'll go get someone. Hesuke! His voice was rough and strained, but filled with unexpected rage. He wiped the blood from his mouth and glared at me over the top of his hand. From under his bangs, his eyes burning with anger, nailed me to the floor.
今見たことは忘れて大丈夫。ただ喉が傷ついただけだよ。
He's distracted, honey. Bruh, that's not just from a hurt throat. Cal, if you're gonna eat, you should eat. Back when I was in Edo, I was helping my father out in his clinic. There were a few times where I'd see patients who'd cough up blood from coughing too much. But what I saw just now was something else. Okita?
聞こえなかった。忘れろって言ったでしょ。
He was so adamant about me not helping him, so it was difficult to know how to react. What could I tell him? Ah, shit! My fucking mouse just... Cal, sit down. Sit your farty butt down. I won't tell anyone. But please, for me, get some rest today. Please. Shh.
ありがとう。それに、今から二条城に行っても間に合わないだろうしね。ほんと、間が悪いな。
He grumbled and complained like a child, but before long I'd convinced him to lay down and rest. The words of the men who claimed to be demons lingered in my heart. There were many things for me to be worried about. However, more than any of that, I was just worried about the man sick in front of me. I continued to eye Okita, who slept with his back face towards me as I watched the dawn slowly emerge through the long, cold night. Since then, once the rest of the men returned, there was a meeting among the captains. The subject of the meeting was the three men at Nijo Castle, Chikage Kazuma, Kyuju Amagiri, and Kyo Shiranui. They called themselves demons, and their previous encounters with the Shinsengumi suggested we were somehow involved with the Satsuma and Choshu. The Satsuma were the most powerful domain in the opposition domain, and the Choshu are publicly expressive of their dissent towards the shogunate. The Choshu are essentially enemies of the court. I don't know how the three men are supposedly affiliated with the domains, but it was abundantly clear they are not to be dealt with carelessly. There was another problem, however. Why had they come for me? They said I was one of them and knew about my family name and my kodachi. But how? My name is Chizuru Yukimura. I am the daughter of my father and my mother. I am a normal girl, nothing out of the ordinary. But who am I? June 1864. The compound was alive with noise and movement. I passed several soldiers in the halls, each one of them excited about something. What was going on? Ito, is something wrong?
どうしたもこうしたもありませんよ。私がなんであんな野蛮人どもと同じ部屋で肌をさらさなくてはならないの？
Ito's explanation was useless. I was completely confused. Hi, Angie. Is there something going on today? Ito did his best to collect himself, shakily adjusting his hair and clothing before he spoke.
将軍上洛の時に近藤さんと意気投合したお医者様が屯所にいらしてるのよ。大使たちの健康診断を行うとかの名目で。
With a disdainful sniff, he glared pointedly across the hall towards the area he'd just left. The men were getting physical checkups, that much I knew, given my peculiar situation. I'd been exempted by the captains, who'd also given me special instructions to stay away.
あのハゲ坊主じゃなくてお医者様ったら皆の前で私に着物を脱げとおっしゃるのよ。拒んだら無理やり脱がせようとするし、それにあの大使たちの態度、まるで野獣みたいでしたわ。
You might do something stupid soon? I sure as hell hope you don't do something stupid. Savages seemed a bit strong. At any rate, perhaps I should go see just what a physical entailed. I was a doctor's daughter after all. What's this doctor's name?
確か松本良順とか言ったかしら。
What? Wait, Dr. Matsumoto?
何よその反応。知り合いなの？
When I first came to Kyoto, my plan was to find Dr. Matsumoto. My father told me that I could rely on the man if I ever needed anything. Unfortunately, he was away on business when I had arrived, and after that... I'm going to go watch the physical examinations. There was no time to waste.
あんなところに行きたがるなんて。な？
Is this it? I could hear loud voices from inside. Oh! Oh. The scene froze me in place.
よし、次の人。
おう、俺の番だな。一丁頼みます先生。
Oh, lordy.
どうすか、剣術一筋で鍛えに鍛えたこの体。
No, it doesn't work like that. Damn it! God damn it! That's not what I wanted!
新八さんの場合、体は頑丈だもん。見てもらうのは頭の方だよな。
ああ、余計なこと言ってると締めるぞヘスケ。
うん、長倉新八と。よし、問題ない。次。
先生、もっとちゃんと見てくれよ。
いやいや、申し分ない健康体だ。
And I'll put this here.
金八、後ろが使えてるんだからさっさと終わらせろって。
そうじゃなくってよ、もっと他に見るところがあんだろ。鍛え抜かれた鋼のようなこの筋肉とか、仁王像みたいに屈強そうな体型とか。
診察は見てもらうものであって見せつけるものではない。さっさとどけ。
It wasn't difficult to see why Ito was desperate to escape, and I couldn't imagine him as part of such a display. Don't you want to order a slice of this? I'm just gonna... I doubt it! Is it? Okay, okay.
forget you when you're stuck inside my head? How can I forget you when you're everything I've ever wanted? You are beautiful in all. You are beautiful. I see you there, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. I see you there, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. You don't know how beautiful you are. You don't know how beautiful you are. How can I forget you when you're stuck inside my head? How can I forget you when you're everything I've ever wanted? You are beautiful in all. You are beautiful. I see you there, just standing in the crowd, eyes are I'm 21.
Soul is your soul. Let the night fall, cover us in stars.
Hey guys, we're about to have dinner soon, so I am going to put us on dinner break, and I will be back after dinner.
Everything you do, love me to the truth. Don't let me go. This feeling madness, don't know how it happened. No, my soul is your soul. Don't believe in magic, must be telepathic love. My soul is your soul.
We will get back into the groove with the rest of Okita's route part 1. We'll see as far as we can go. Since we are already midway through chapter 3, hopefully we can get through the rest of this tonight. If I have to, I will stay up late. I want to get it done. Then I'll take a rest day, and then we'll do part 2. And then we'll move on to Saito after that. So, I'll see y'all when I get back. Have a good time listening to music.
My soul is your soul. Spent all this time waiting, and now in a heartbeat, my whole life is changing with the touch of your body. Oh, this feeling's holy, don't you ever let me go. My soul is your soul. When the lights are out, my heart is your home. When the stars are crashing, your heart is my own. And it goes on and on and on. Love goes on and on and on. Oh yeah, oh my darling, would you take me away? Take me American dream. When the lights are out, my heart is your home. When the stars are crashing, your heart is my own. And it goes on and on and on. Love goes on and on and on. Oh yeah, oh my darling, would you take me away? Take me away.
I feel so alive. I've never felt this way before. It must be you and I. It's got me thinking about us more. It's these bright lights, they put me in a daze, and I can't stop but think about the way that you move around up and down on that stage. It's your future vibes.
Tai, the #1 brand used by dermatologists. No irritating residues, no dyes, no perfumes.
Look into my eyes and show me adventures I haven't seen. Taking all the life, it hits the spot. Walking on fantasy. So take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Test the waters, oh, it's hard. I think we're getting close. Racing through the waves, I want to be where nobody knows. Take me, baby, take me to a state of mind that's made of, baby, that's made of all that we find. Electric, feel it in your hands. Hypnotic, watch your body stand. Happiness, this is what we say. I could get used to somebody like you. It's like you showed up and I'm feeling brand new. Can't believe love's what I'm falling into. I could get used to somebody like you. Somebody like you. Somebody like you. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. 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 I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. 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 I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me a reason. I've been trying not to go off the deep end. I don't think you wanna give me. You're calling my life. keeping you high on hope. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again. I'm keeping you high on hope. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again. I'm keeping you high on hope. After it all, I know don't need a reason to start again. I'm keeping you high on hope. After it all, I know we don't need a reason to start again. Yeah, some people wake up Sunday, feel hungover. And I look at all my friends like told you so. Well, you take that time off, I keep getting closer. I don't care about getting late, I just care about getting paid. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got bigger plans for my night. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for me. Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest for me. Yeah, some people 9 to 5 and get all righteous. And I try to live that life, but that ain't me. All the money that I'm making, yeah, it's priceless. I don't care about enemies, cause I know where I'm meant to be. I got 24 hours for my 7 deadly sins, and you calling me out like, yo, where you been? Ain't no rest for the wicked. Sorry I won't stay, but I got bills to pay. Ain't no rest when you're winning. It's all work and no play, but I don't feel no shame. Baby, you can dance if you like. I got bigger plans for my night. Ain't no rest for the wicked. crashing to the wind. I'll take a chance and let you in. Just take my hand and take me home tonight. We defeat all impossibilities. Yeah, you and me. We'll take our hearts and run free into the running so fast, can you find me in the dark? Oh baby, close your eyes and listen to the beat of my heart. Take my hand, don't be afraid. A love like ours just can't be tamed. Take my heart, just feel the beat. We'll leave tonight and run free into the I got lucky, you're my shooting star. I'm warm and fuzzy wherever you are. Once in a lifetime, you told me you're gonna find the one. I know every time that you hold me, this love has just begun. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. The peace of heaven lingers in your eyes. I can't help feeling that it's right, so right, so right. Once in a lifetime, you told me you're gonna find the one. I know every time that you hold me, this love has just begun. Call me crazy, call me dumb. I'm a hopeless fool in love. Call me crazy, call me dumb.
times longer lasting freshness plus odor protection with Downy Unstoppables. Try for under $5.
Mama thinks that I'm going under. Papa says it's all just a phase. I just hear the voice in my mind saying everything's not gonna be okay. Cause I lost friends trying to tie up all my loose ends. Now I'm alone. Had a rough year trying to chase away the tears I wasted on love. So I'm laying on the couch and doctor I don't know, hoping he can analyze my soul. Said my lover is gone, they left no note. I got nobody and no goal. Doctor, tell me how'd I get this low? I don't wanna live my life no more. So give me all your pills, something that could kill the pain. He says everything comes and everything goes. You don't need love, you need you the most. So I won't give you drugs to overdose. You don't need love, you need you the most. Pocket full of happy memories, I just wanna throw them away. Spending all my time just wondering, how do I make this place stay? Cause I lost touch with the people that I'm made of. Now they're all gone. And I'm too shy when they call me on the line, I won't pick up my phone. So I'm laying on the couch and doctor I don't know, hoping he can analyze my soul. Said my lover is gone, they left no note. I got nobody and no goal. Doctor, tell me how'd I get this low? I don't wanna live my life no more. So give me all your pills, something that could kill the pain. walking out on us. Oh, or am I losing touch? Too many games, now all our chips are lost. Oh, luck was not enough. I opened my eyes. Tonight I feel like waking to life. Tonight I feel like waking up. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, I can finally see you now. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, yeah, radiate, but now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, we used to radiate, but now we're drowning. I see the fear inside your eyes, I see the pain hidden in your smile. I can finally see you now. Oh, we radiate all over the world. We used to radiate, yeah, radiate, but now we're drowning. As the leaves start falling down and the shadows above the town, we used to radiate, now we're drowning. Falling for someone like you. Open your feelings to the wind, to your ocean lies. Our souls connected tight, and I know that you can, know that you can save me. And I know that you can, know that you can save me. Falling for someone like you. Open your feelings to the wind, to your ocean lies. Our souls connected tight, and I know that you can, know that you can save me. closer, baby. We can talk about it. No need to be mad. Hate to see you sad. Yes, I know I'm crazy, crazy about you, crazy about you.
I know I'm upset sometimes. I know I get drunk some nights. I know I get way too high. I just wanna live it up with you. I know that it might be tense. I know when you've had enough. It's just how I show.
I don't like anything, but Downy Light is just right.
They win. One.
Seduced! forget you when you're stuck inside my head? How can I forget you when you're everything I've ever wanted? You are beautiful in all. You are beautiful. I see you, girl, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. I see you, girl, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. You don't know how beautiful you are. You don't know how beautiful you are. How can I forget you when you're stuck inside my head? How can I forget you when you're everything I've ever wanted? You are beautiful in all. You are beautiful. I see you, girl, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. I see you, girl, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. I see you, girl, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. I see you, girl, just standing in the crowd, eyes are looking down. You don't know how beautiful you are. You don't know how beautiful you are.
Oh, you tell me stories, you tuck me in, and the second you leave, I call you right back to check for monsters in my sheets. Yeah, high school was hard. You'd fight with my mom. I'd fall asleep to the screaming, sound machine always speaking, left emotional scars. Now I'm 21, a soul of 50. At 21, at 21, whoa, I'm 21.
Here's to delicious fall favorites. Made with love right at home. And autumn fun and flavors wherever we roam. Werther's original limited edition harvest flavors and chewy caramels.
Okay, who's ready?
Made special for baking and memory making. Werther's Original. A little piece of bliss.
My soul is your soul. Let the night fall, cover us in stardust, dancing with the moon. Holding on to you till morning light comes. Rock me like the ocean. Everything you do, love me to the truth. Don't let me go. This feeling madness, don't know how it happened. No. My soul is your soul. Don't believe in magic, must be telepathic love. My soul is your soul.
My soul is your soul. My soul is your soul.
Let the night fall, cover us in stardust, dancing with the moon. Holding on to you till morning light comes. Rock me like the ocean. Everything you do, love me to the truth. Don't let me go. This feeling madness, don't know how it happened. No. My soul is your soul. Don't believe in magic, must be telepathic love. My soul is your soul.
My soul is your soul. My soul is your soul.
Spent all this time waiting and now in a heartbeat more. My life is changing with the touch of your body. This feeling's holy, don't you ever let me go. My soul is your soul.
My soul is your soul. My soul is your soul.
Cause I know you were trouble and you walked in. So shame on me now, for me to places never been. Do you put me down? I know you were trouble and you walked in. So shame on me now, for me to places never been. Now I'm lying in a cold hard ground.
Hi guys, I am back. Let me prepare this. I'm gonna prep that for the next ad break, which apparently is just in 19 minutes. But I'm back. I'm back. I did laundry after I finished with dinner. Fed the baby. I'm back. Wish I had dessert, but I'm back. I even reorganized my entire deep freezer again. I guess, hun. Even though it's 1 hour till your bedtime. Alright. Open this. I do have to minimize this for just a moment. Zelda, stop. Refresh this. Ah, crud. Do this. complete those. Shush. I'm busy. Shush. Shh, shh, shh. What should I do? I feel like it's rude to intrude.
雪村君、こんなところでどうかしたのか?
Oh, Yamazaki. Hello. I heard that Dr. Matsumoto was here. Yamazaki didn't look like he was in the mood to tolerate my snooping, so he went to the point.
なるほど。松本先生に何か話があるようだな。君のことはある程度聞いている。事情はおおよそ分かった。だが、診察がなかなか終わらないようだ。俺に任せてくれるか?
What should I do? Are you sure? Then yes, please do so.
分かった。少し待っていてくれ。
Yamazaki went over to Dr. Matsumoto.
松本先生、軽い症状のものなら俺が代わりに見ます。そろそろ休憩してはどうですか?
ではそうさせてもらおうか。
I waited outside for Dr. Matsumoto until he stepped outside the examination room. Excuse me. He looked at me for a moment, his eyes narrowed in curiosity.
薬の補充も兼ねて休憩にしようか。君、ちょっと手伝ってくれるかね?
Oh, yes, of course. What luck. Sit up, Zelda. Throw it away then. Dr. Matsumoto?
松本先生、雪村君。
Oh, hi, Kondu.
おお、早速会えたようだな。
はい、おかげさまで。
What? I was utterly lost. Dr. Matsumoto laid a gentle hand on my shoulder.
私は君に会うためにここに来たんだよ。高堂さんの娘さんがここに身を寄せていると近藤さんが教えてくれたんだ。
Oh, I see.
高堂さんと松本先生が懇意にしていたことは、俺何か高堂さんの手がかりになればと思い、松本先生が今日に戻ってすぐに連絡を取った。
The Shinsengumi had their own reasons for wanting my father found, but Dr. Matsumoto's appearance was still a cause for joy. What are you doing to my bed? You are not leaning on the corner of my bed. Thank you, both of you. They smiled. Dr. Matsumoto then explained he had just barely missed me when he left for Edo as I came to Kyoto. I'm gonna save so I don't forget to save later. Just in case something happens, because, you know, we know, sometimes it'll close because something gets bumped. Let's see, I gotta check something on my phone. What? I said 1 hour. Yes, it's barely been 10 minutes, if that. Why are you gonna ask me every 10 minutes, honey? Excuse me, guys. I already said that. He'd received all of my letters, but once he finally returned, he had no idea where I was, and consequently couldn't find me.
すれ違いだったとはいえ、辛い思いをさせてしまったようだ。君がここにいる事情は分かっておるよ。何か不自由なことはないかね？
No, I'm doing all right. So, Dr. Matsumoto, about my father. His face took on a grim cast. Before he even spoke, I knew what his response would be.
残念ながら、私も行動さんの居場所は知らないんだ。
I see. The defeated tone of my voice surprised me. I suppose, on some level, I believe Dr. Matsumoto had some miraculous revelation about my father. Foolish of me, of course, but that didn't make it the truth any less devastating. Kondo simply nodded.
君はここにいることで、あの薬に関わってしまったようだね。あの薬。つまり行動さんが新選組で行っていた研究のことについてだが。
Yes, I knew what he meant. The experiments my father conducted with some strange concoction that made people go mad. Please tell me about it. I want to know everything my father was doing. He nodded.
行動さんが幕命を受け、新選組で行っていたのは、羅刹を生み出す実験だった。羅刹とはすなわち、鬼神のごとき力と驚異的な治癒能力を持つ人間のことだ。
Furies. This term seemed so familiar, then I realized I'd overheard some of the men talking about it.
宗司、めったなこと言うもんじゃねえ。幹部が羅刹になってどうするんだよ。
おう、羅刹ってのは薬を飲んだら怪我も治っちまう。
What? Baka. I can't even lurk on mobile because it keeps buffering. Alright, adds in 9 minutes.
羅刹っていうのはかわいそうな子たちのことだよ。
I want to make a cookie, but I don't want to bake right now.
そしてその羅刹を生み出したのは落ち水という薬だ。
Yeah, I can't hear jack shit of a full sentence from Gutter. Is it doing it for others? Is it doing it for you? Maybe it's the mobile app or something. Baking stream. We'll see. I know you enjoyed the last one. It was funny. Yeah, it on Gutters at least it's buffering like every couple seconds.
これは西洋ではエリクサー、中華では先端と呼ばれるものに値する。
Rip. It must be a mobile thing right now then.
不老不死の霊薬みたいなものだ。
Furies, water of life. Dude, I want to redo Power Wash. We should play together sometime. It sounded more like something from a fairy tale rather than real life. But there was something in Dr. Matsumoto's tone of voice that said he was telling the truth. I think that the Xbox version is cross-plat. I don't know about Steam though. I have both though. I've already heard about how it makes you strong and hard to kill. But doesn't it cause so much pain that most people go crazy? And even if you survive that, then even the smell of blood can make you go crazy again. Dr. Matsumoto nodded slowly, then pinched the bridge of his nose with the thumb and forefinger. He looked very tired.
そこまで知っていたのか。
Yes. They were human, but not human. Perhaps they were almost entirely different now. I couldn't see how this water of life could ever be used for good. Even if it had healed Sanan's arm, he suffered greatly in the process. Why? It sounded more like a moan than a question. My father would never want to ruin the life of another, but because of what he'd done, people suffered, and some even died. Why was my father doing this? But it wasn't just my father. I was sure no one involved expected such a terrible outcome. Oh no! Damn. Well, once you have your computer, that should help. Because the cross-platform option ones can run on the computer.
だからこそ両親の呵責に耐えかねた行動さんはここを去ったんだろう。
しかしあれは幕府が新選組の人材不足を補うために授けてくださった知恵でもあるのです。
And I mean, yeah. Because at least that way, the Xbox One should be free. Because that, you can play on the computer. The doctor only shook his head.
あの計画は失敗だ。行わない方がいい。幕府も見切りをつけているはずだ。
Kondo frowned, perhaps unhappy that Dr. Matsumoto would question the shogunate's original decision. I mean, you can play on low res. I have to sometimes just because of my internet.
あの薬を飲んだ大使たちがどうなったか、近藤さんもよく知ってるだろう。
I can't even really stream with Power Wash Simulator very often anymore because of the fact that it takes so much bandwidth to function. So I usually don't play it on stream. I usually just chill out playing it.
あの計画は人道的に決して許されるもんじゃない。
Kondo gave a non-comical grunt and fell silent. Non-committal. I was sure Kondo knew just how dangerous it was to use the water of life, but the shogunate had come to him with test. Perhaps he couldn't refuse, even if he wanted to. Silence fell like a thick blanket.
たとえ将軍校の御殿医を務めておられる方のお言葉といえど、大使でもない方に口を差し挟まれる筋合いはありません。
Sandan? His face was pale as moonlight, as if he was a walking corpse. Is it okay for you to be up right now?
三男君、休んでいた方がいいのではないか。顔色が悪いぞ。
ご心配なく。
He bowed quickly, his mouth compressed a line and turned his mouth a compressed line and turned to regard the doctor with a cool gaze.
我々は我々の裁量で例の薬を有効に活用させていただいています。
しかし危険だ。あの薬は人が扱えるような代物じゃない。
研究は続いています。そしてこの私という成功例もあります。
As Sandan did indeed prove it was possible to drink the water of life and retain your sanity. It just wasn't easy.
一見平気そうに見えるかもしれんが、体のどこかに相当無理をかけていることも考えられるぞ。
私は至って健康ですよ。今後も研究と改良を重ねれば薬の質が上がるのは明白です。
そのためにさらに多くの大使を犠牲にするつもりかね。
Oh, we are in an ad break, so I will see you guys in a moment. My lord. And you do know that VA means voice acting. VN is visual novel. Anyway, we are back.
成功するかどうかもわからん実験に大使を付き合わせるのは生命を冒涜しているとしか思えんが。
彼らは我々の礎となったのです。無駄死にではありません。
しかしだな。
まあまあ、松本先生も三男君も落ち着いて。この話は後日改めてということにしないか。
It was my private opinion that they were unlikely to agree, no matter what time they discussed the subject. But I felt it was polite to keep quiet.
そうだな。わかった。
There seemed to be very little common ground between them, but both arguments had merit. Kondu had likely seen this as well, and chose to end things before it got unpleasant.
近藤さんがそうおっしゃるのであれば。
Sanan's face betrayed nothing of what he might be thinking, even when the corner of his mouth quirked up in the beginnings of a smile. He bowed quietly and left as swiftly as he had arrived.
そういえば先生、健康診断の方はどうでしたかな。
ああ、それなんだがな。頭を抱えたよ。
え、それは一体なぜ？
なぜも何も。怪我人や病人を合計したら全大使の3分の1近くになるじゃないか。
What?
なんと。
なんとじゃないぞ近藤さん。あんたらは今まで何をやってたんだ。切り傷から渋り腹まで。この豚書は病の見本市だぞ。
面目ない。まさかそんなことになっていたとは。
まずは病室を用意してそこに病人を運び込んでくれ。それから豚書を清潔にしてもらわんと話にならん。
承知しました。すぐに取り掛かります。
So we were ordered to clean the entire compound.
何なんだよ大掃除って。俺は掃除とか整理整頓がこの世で一番嫌いなのによ。
ぐちゃぐちゃ言ってないで、さっさとそこのタンスを持ち上げてくれって。散々自慢してた体力を披露するいい機会じゃねえか。
King.
うわー、ネズミが出た。
落ち着け。大事はない。どうやらそこにある握り飯を餌にしていたようだな。
本当だ。誰だよ、食い残しの握り飯をこんなところに隠してたやつ。
まったく。なぜ私がこのような雑用に駆り出されなければならんのだ。
Oh my god, why?
そもそも私は軍略が専門だというのに。
Yeah, we don't know what's what anymore, do we?
いいじゃないか。
What are you looking for?
いつも自慢してる公衆流なんちゃらでパパッと終わらせてくれよ。
I don't know where the meat cake one is. What the fuck? God damn it! Nope. Close. What? Oh, god damn it. There we go. Quote 20. It only took 20 tries. Maybe I should write these down somewhere? One of these days? 13 has you dying. Oh, am I missing ice cream? Hang on. Oh, you got 30 minutes. Hurry up. I'll get some later. It's fine.
黙れ。私の公衆流軍学はこのようなくだらぬ役目のためにあるものではない。
原田も人が悪いな。こいつが盲信してる時代遅れの兵法なんて、このご時世掃除の役にも立たないだろう。
ミキ君、言葉に気をつけたまえ。確かに洋楽には劣るかもしれんが、公衆流軍学は決して時代遅れではなく。
お、近藤さんだ。
近藤局長、ご覧ください。先ほどまで足の踏み場もないほどだった部屋が私の指導でここまで。局長は
Takeda realized Kondo was nowhere to be seen, and he glared at Harada.
引っかかりやがった。
原田、貴様、測ったな。
ぶつくさ文句言ったりペコペコしたり怒ったり忙しいなあんたも。そうやって相手によってコロコロ態度変えてて疲れねえか。
Hi everyone, I've washed the rags. Please use these when you wipe the floor.
あ、ありがとうよ。
Despite being upset because of the chore duty, the men swiftly cleaned the room as a team. Dr. Matsumoto came the next day to inspect the cleanliness of the compounds.
まあまあ綺麗になったじゃないか。
だろ、この筋肉は飾りじゃねって先生もようやく分かってくれたみてえだな。
Shinpachi.
人を動かすという点に関しては軍略も掃除もさして変わりませぬゆえ。
あんた文句言ってただけだろうが。
でも掃除は一日休んでたんだろ。ずるいよな、みんな頑張ってる時に。
しょうがないじゃない。土方さんが過保護なんだから。
お前が変な咳するからだろうが。養生しねえからいつまでも治らねえんだよ。
しかしやはりこうして片付いていると気分がいいものです。
まあな、見違えたもんだ。これはこれで悪くねえ。
You know, I almost looked over expecting to see Zelda, and then I realized the tone of voice was not feminine. He just... Oh God, no, babe, stop! Oh. He can already hear you across the room. Man, fucking jump scaring poor Sam. It wasn't even a jump scare this time. I heard him doing the weird doos. And I'm like, that better not be a fucking child. I realized that it's not a feminine voice. And I'm like, that's my husband. Got it. He's just fucking weird. I love how you're just laying on the blankets. I have to wash your other one still. Your gray one. And the sheet. They're dirty! I'll throw your pillowcases in while I'm at it.
よし、これからは毎日掃除するか。
おう、頼んだぜ平助。
なんで俺だけなんだよ。体力自慢の新八さんが真っ先に働くべきだろ。
I'll help too, Heisuke.
そっか。そんじゃ明日から二人で頑張ろうな。新八さんなんて放っておいて。
How are you watching that? He keeps moving his head in the way to look right at you.
おいおい、ちょっと待てって。誰もやらねえとは言ってねえだろ。
お、そこにまだゴミがあるじゃねえか。ちょうどいい。捨ててこい、新八。
Toshi.
いや、だから明日からだろなあ、ヘスケ。
片付けたそばから暴れるな。誇りが立つ。
I was enjoying the banter when I noticed something. My husband standing above me with the baby. Hi! Oh? I could just see Okita and Dr. Matsumoto outside, walking off somewhere together. Where could they be going, I wondered. What were Okita and Matsumoto doing? Was Okita going to talk to the doctor about his cough? He was coughing an awful lot lately. Now that I thought about it, was he all right? Can you stop, Cal? Daddy, hurry up and get ready for bed so you can take the... Ow! He doesn't seem hungry! Ow! Hee 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 hee! Ads in 10. I might pause the ads a little bit, like postpone, snooze them. Ow! Or I can run a 3-minute ad and basically stop them for an hour. I think I'll stop the ads for an hour so we can read through this whole thing. Calcifer, stop!
How could you ever leave me without the chance to try? How can I be sorry if I don't know the crime? I should be mad cause you never told me why. So I can't seem to say goodbye. Ooh, yeah. When I try to fall back to you. Yeah. When I talk to my friends, I talk about you. Yeah. When the Hennessy's strong, all I see is you. Is you, is you, you.
I'm good at overthinking, but I haven't even got this far. All I know is that my mind is in the backseat of your Corvette car. You got me at my bodies, and you got me on your fingertip. Should be fed up with your bullshit, but everything about you know I can't resist. How forget you ever leave me without a chance to try. How can I be sorry if I don't know the crime? I should be mad, you never told me why. Still, I can't seem to say goodbye. Yeah, when I try to fall back, I fall back to you. Yeah, when I talk to my friends and I talk about you. Yeah, when the Hennessy's strong, all I see is you, is you, is you. Ooh, yeah, no, I haven't moved on, but trust me, I've tried. Yeah, if I give you a call, don't hang up the line. Yeah, when the Hennessy's strong, all I see is you, is you, is you. Ooh. I don't wanna play, I don't wanna stay. Wanna get away, I'll go anywhere rather mine. All the things you say used to feel okay. Wish I never saw it through you.
Alright, we are back, and Cal is in the bassinet. Oh. One thing says ads is Cal. Stop. Me. Here. Eat that. Well, sort of back, except the baby is mad now. I decided to follow them. Oh my god. Huh? Unfortunately, I'd waited too long, and by the time I made my way outside, they were gone. I think they went this way.
おや、雪村君、誰かを探しているんですか？
Shimada, have you seen Okita and the doctor?
沖田君たちなら中庭の方に行ったようですが。
Thank you.
急ぎすぎて転ばないよう気をつけてください。それでは、俺はこれで。
Yes, goodbye. I saw him walk off, and it got me thinking. The courtyard. Should I try and catch up, or should I go around back to reach the courtyard before they did? I figured my best course of action was to follow them and hope I could catch up. What? Oh, hang on. Bed inflation. Hold on a second.
so easy. I don't wanna be alone, but it's too hard by your side. Hey, I'm lost inside. I just wanna see you, I just want you to be true, boy. Hey, stay by my side. You don't really want me, might as well just set me free. 'Cause soon it will be over. I'll get on a plane. Call me when you're sober. Don't try to explain. Soon it will be over. I'll get on a plane. Call me when you're sober. Don't try to explain. I don't wanna stray, drifting every day. I just wanna lay here, I've got so much on my mind. Silent all the way, feelings on display. Guess you had a mask on and I should have looked behind. I wish you'd pick up the phone. Everyone thinks I'd be better on my own, but I don't wanna be alone. But it's getting so hard by your side. Maybe it's too late to begin with. Too late to start listening. Hey, I'm lost inside. I just wanna see you, I just want you to be true, boy. Hey, be by my side. You don't really want me, might as well just set me free. 'Cause soon it will be over. I'll get on a plane. Call me when you're sober. Don't try to explain. Soon it will be over. I'll get on a plane. Call me when you're sober. Don't try to explain. I swear I meant to mean the best when it ended. Even tried to bite my tongue when you started shit. Now you're texting all my friends, asking questions they never even liked you in the first place. Dated a girl that I hate for the attention. She only made it 2 days, what a connection. It's like you'd do anything for my affection. You're going all about it in the worst ways. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through, so let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F, you and your mom and your sister and your job and your broke-ass car and the shit you call art. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. A, B, C, D, E, F, U. A, B, C, D, E, F. You said it just needed space, and so I gave it. When I had nothing to say, you couldn't take it. Told everyone I'm a bitch, so I became it. Always had to put yourself above me. I was into you, but I'm over it now. And I was trying to be nice, but nothing's getting through, so let me spell it out. A, B, C, D, E, F, you and your mom and your sister and your job and your Craigslist couch and the way your voice sounds. Fuck you and your friends that I'll never see again. Everybody but your dog, you can all fuck off. A, B, C, D, E, F, U. A, B, C, D, E, F, U. Broke my heart in a feather put. You waste my time, now you're calling. Missed your call, I don't care at all. I used to mind, now it's nothing. I feel the pain like I used to. Feels so brand new, yeah. When they say your name, I don't feel you. hear is la 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 la. You be open, you lied to my face. And if I know you can't keep a promise, say love you and blow it, then I'll never fall. And if you know how hard I had dressed it, and you took, you broke it, no, you never know, you never know, you never, you never, you never know, no, you never know, you never know, you never, you never, you never know, no, you never know, no, you never, you never know, no, you never know what you had was gold. Don't realize what you got until it's all gone. My heart's turning cold. You left a big hole by sneaking around thinking I didn't know. And if I know you can't keep a promise, say love you and blood, then I'll never fall. And if you know how hard I had trusted, and you took, you broke it, no, you never know. No, you never know. No, you never, you never know. No, you never know. You never know. You never, you never, you never know. No, you never know. You never know. You never, you never, you never know.
Alright, okay. I'm back. Welcome back to King. Welcome back to Sam. Because you were in here earlier today. Now I want grilled cheese. I hate you. I fucking want grilled cheese. God damn. Alright. Alright. Let's continue. We're about to find out the bad news. Right? Tell you what, King, if we ever get to meet each other in person, I will make you some cookies and grilled cheese. And there they were. Just like Shimada had said. I could see Okita and the doctor sitting on a bench talking. Their expressions were grim, so I kept my distance and hid as well as I could. I agree, Sam. Grilled cheese is fire. Eavesdropping was not something I was proud of, but I had a terrible feeling about Okita.
結論から言おう。お前さんの病は老害だ。
For a second, my heart stopped. A shiver ran down my spine, and suddenly I felt very, very cold. Did he just say?
なんだ。やっぱりあの有名な死病ですか。
Okita has...
驚かないのか。
そりゃただの風邪がこんなに長引くはずもないですしね。
Okita has tuberculosis? It was all I could do to keep from screaming. My whole body shook. My God, King!
でも面と向かって言われるとさすがに困ったな。
笑い事ではなかろ
う。これでも困ってるんですけどね。
老害の一番の薬は西洋だ。新選組を離れて精のつくものを食べてゆっくり体を休めなきゃいかん。
それはできません。
そうせんと体は悪くなるばかりだぞ。今はそうやって平気なふりができても、いずれ布団から起き上がることすらできなくなる。
じゃあその時までここにいますよ。血を吐きながらそれでも刀を取ります。
なぜそれほどまでここにいたいんだね。
僕は新選組の剣ですから、ここにいることが僕の全てなんです。新選組の前に立ちふさがる敵を切る、ただそれだけなんですよ。
お前さんの覚悟は分かった。だがな、この病は悪化すると周りの人に迷惑がかかる。それは分かるな。今後は私の言いつけを守ってもらわねばならんぞ。もし守れんのならすぐに近藤さんに言うからな。
Oh my God. Fucking king.
それってまさか苦い薬とか飲まなきゃならないんですか？
当然だろうが、病人なんだからな。
Man, this... Oh my God. Souji. Man, this means I'm gonna have to take some really disgusting medicine, doesn't it? Of course it does. Oh God.
まあ、困った人に知られちゃったな。
Okita sounded cheery, but I was listening in a state of shock. Okita is going to die? My chest was tight, and breathing had become an effort. I leaned heavily against a nearby beam and struggled to hear the rest of the conversation. Matsumoto went quiet, his eyes looking off into the distance. Okita grinned and nudged him.
先生、近藤さんたちには言わないでくださいよ。約束ですからね。
He was quiet for a long time. At last he sighed. His shoulders slumped.
まあ、どうしても言えないことってのはあるだろうな。
Rewind me at. Oh my God.
私もあの子に打ち明けていないことがあるんだ。
He looked up at the sky for a moment.
行動さんが上位派の過激浪士連中と行動を共にしてるかもしれんなんてな。とてもじゃないが伝えられんよ。
The news of Okita's illness still had me so scattered, I almost cried out at this new piece of intelligence. My father? Working with nationalists? Then, Dr. Matsumoto did know something about where my father was.
世の中ままならないものですね。
まったくだな。まあこれからは頻繁に新選組に通ってお前さんのことを見てやる。だからくれぐれも無理はせんようにな。
分かってますよ。お気遣いありがとうございます。
I was lost in thought for a few moments, and when I finally looked up, Matsumoto was already gone. Okita had tuberculosis. Father was working with the men who wanted to overthrow the shogunate. My head was spinning. It was so much to take in. And just then... Yeah, guys, Okita knew we were there the whole time. I suddenly heard him say my name and I froze. Wait, did he know I was here the whole time? My heart resumed beating, but was now beating so quickly that it seemed to burst my chest.
出ておいで。もういいから。
His deep eyes were looking straight towards me. So, Okita had noticed I was here this whole time. I braced myself and approached him.
はい、こっちこっち。おいで。
He grinned coolly and patted the bench next to him. I couldn't bear to look him into his eyes. All right. My eyes trained purposely on the ground at my feet. I slowly lowered myself onto the bench. Look at her all depressed. The silence was maddening. My head felt somehow light and heavy at the same time, as if it might sink into my stomach or float away like a balloon. The silence was unbearable, so I spoke out.
さっきの松本先生の話だけど、まさか本気にしてないよね。
His words were defensive, as if he needed to tell himself that it wasn't true. I was at a loss. The fuck? Oh my god, King.
あの先生、悪い冗談が好きみたいだね。こんな健康な病人がいるはずないのに。でも冗談なら冗談で、言う場所を選んで欲しかったな。ここにはこうやって根も葉もない話を本気にするおバカさんがいるんだし。
Was it really all a joke? This was a doctor who was recognized in his field by the shogun. It's unlikely he was wrong. Even so.
君、医者の娘なんでしょ？もし僕が本当に老害だったら、もっと早くに気づいてたはずだよね。君が今まで何とも思わなかったんだから、病気じゃないんだよ。ただの誤診。
Considering Okita's condition, I couldn't imagine trying to burst his bubble. Nothing I could say could make the situation better.
誰にも言わないよね。 もし誰かに言うつもりなら、やっぱり切らなくちゃならないかな。
I'd heard those words many times before, often delivered in a cheerful, casual tone. If I got in the way, he'd kill me. If I wasn't useful, he'd kill me. And every time I'd heard them, I'd been terrified by how serious he was. But this time, he only sounded sad. You say that so much, Okita. I could feel tears welling up in my eyes, but no, this wasn't the time. With a mighty effort, I swallowed the sob building in my chest. He gave me an odd, crooked smile.
そうかもね。
He stood up, and after a second's hesitation, I followed suit. Okita. For the first time since I'd sat down, I looked straight into his eyes.
何?
My mind was still reeling from everything I just learned, but I had to give him an answer. I won't tell anyone about your illness. I promise.
So, ありがとう.
His smile was gentle and as honest as I'd ever seen from him. After he'd left, I stood alone in the courtyard. It was the first time Okita had thanked me for anything. By all rights, I should have been happy, ecstatic even, but instead I felt miserable. My heart was a stone in my chest, and my stomach felt as if it had twisted itself nearly in half. Okita. A stray breeze caressed my cheek. It felt cold. From then on, Dr. Matsumoto visited the compound regularly to check up on the men of the Shinsengumi. Ever since Sanan had become the leader of the Furies, the group was named as the Fury Corps. Still, I couldn't help but wonder, was it really all right to continue researching the Furies? My heart was heavy with worry. Without him, the Shinsengumi would be nothing. We would cease to exist. If so, why? Oh my god, King, did you drink the goofy juice? You are being a loopy. Right? King is having a grand old time talking real silly here. The tisms are hitting hard. Yeah, I can tell. I think we all can tell. After the dust cleared, following the Hamaguri rebellion, the shogun set about cleaning house. Now the tisms are fully taken over. If you stay too close, you might be affected. I mean, Sam, if you haven't noticed already, we're pretty damn sure that I'm kind of up there too. Oh no, my M&Ms. I filled both of them, hun. When you get sick, you get all weird or all ooh-ooh. Oh god. Or all bonk. Okay. Tism's affecting us all. Pretty much. I mean, where do you think Gracie got it? Tea. Oh my god. Zelda and me, the ADHD duo. Where's my phone? I don't know. Did I leave it in the kitchen? I don't know. Goes to look. No, I don't see it. Me follows her. Zelda, look behind you. Oh, I didn't see it there. Me also going forward. I also forgot that I had hot water for tea. God. Of course, I blamed Zelda because she's the one who suggested I make tea in the first place, and then forgot to remind me that my tea water was just sitting there on the counter. Hey, she's the one who suggested I make tea. No, shut up. The I don't know what you're talking about. I couldn't ask where it was then. No, I'd be asking where I am. Oh my god. Like, where are you going? I felt kinked and I felt called out for shit I didn't even do. Sam's just over here just like, The Choshu expedition was launched by the shogun once the Choshu domain were declared enemies of the court. Perhaps feeling they'd dodged a bullet, the Choshu domain fell silent for a time. Their obedience was short-lived, however, and before long, their disrespect for the shogun became impossible to ignore. In order to investigate further, the shogunate decided to send an envoy to the Choshu domain. Kondo was asked to accompany an envoy sent to the Choshu to investigate their behavior. However, the Choshu domain refused to even meet with the envoy. Fed up with their insubordination, the shogunate ordered the second Choshu expedition. However, the war was a costly one, exhausting both resources and the men from all over the domains whose morale began to falter. To add to the fire, word of the Shogun Imoichi's passing shook all of Japan, and some domains even withdrew, which made the situation even dire. The second Choshu expedition ended in a surprisingly major loss for the shogunate troops. October 1866. The pillar of the Tokugawa shogunate, which stood strong for 260 years, was beginning to show signs of instability. They were chill for a bit, then said, "Fuck the shogun," drew a giant PP on the shogun logo. And then shogun drew a PP on their logo, and it started a gang war, and that's how San Andreas was made. What? Oh my god. What? Congratulations, honey. Congratulations, honey. That day, I was accompanying Saito on his rounds. It sure has been hot lately. I've gotten used to the city of Kyoto, but I just can't get used to this humid heat.
そうだな。
I always wondered. Even in midsummer, Saito always wore his full uniform. Wasn't he hot? Yes, my dear, he was smoking. Hi, sweetheart. He kept his vigilant guard up while observing the city of Kyoto.
ひとまずあそこの店から回ることにするか。雪村、あんたは店の前で待っていろ。共に来ても手持ち無沙汰だろう。
All right. He gave me a short nod of confirmation and stepped into the shop with his men.
新選組だ。先日、浪人風の男が出入りしていたという噂を耳にした。戦議させてもらう。
I've been waiting for Saito and his division for a few minutes when I noticed a commotion nearby.
てめえら道を開けやがれ。金能の獅子様がお通りだ。
A number of rather unpleasant-looking ronin were making their way my general direction, yelling, threatening, and intimidating anyone unfortunate to cross their path. Patriots? Hardly. Perhaps they considered themselves loyal to the imperial court, but they looked the sort who only used their supposed patriotism to use it as excuse to steal and kill.
おら、邪魔だって言ってんだろ。
Give me one sec, Saito being cute little weirdo, a stupid little fucking goddamn motherfucking goober if you cause it. What? Yeah, I think your tism is growing, King. The Ronin tossed a poorly aimed kick at a child playing in the street. What should I do? It seemed like the warriors were preoccupied with their investigation in the store. Just as I was about to stop the Ronin.
やめなさいよ。みっともない。
ああ？なんだてめえは。たかが女が俺たち金能の獅子に意見するってのか。
Let me ask boyfriend real quick.
そのたかが女に意見されることをみっともないと思いなさいよ。今日の人がどれだけ迷惑してるのかわからないの？
おれ。
The man whose obviously short fuse had been lit. The man who obviously short fuse had been lit, he made a grab for the girl and missed. I suspected his next attack wouldn't be as inaccurate. I couldn't let that happen. Wait! Shut up. When I had come to my senses, I noticed I had instinctively taken action. I had positioned myself in front of the girl, protecting her.
なんだお前は。その女の知り合いか。
No, I don't.
知り合いじゃねえんならすっ込んでろ。
Flecks of spit flew from his mouth as he roared at me, and my legs suddenly felt somewhat weaker than they had a moment ago. But I was committed. I couldn't run now. If you truly love your country, as you say, then why do you abuse women and children? A samurai should protect common people, not attack them.
なんだと。
そうだそうだ、いいぞお兄ちゃん。獅子気取りの不正浪士め、今日からさっさと出ていけ。
Give me one sec, because you didn't answer the question. Just screenshot what you sent us in the chat. He'll answer. Something about my speech must have struck a chord with the gathering crowd. With the cheers, my legs started to regain some of their usual steadiness.
くっそ、バカにしやがって。
With the rough hiss of metal, the Ronin's sword leapt from its scabbard. Gah! I suddenly discovered I had difficulty swallowing. I could try to dodge, but if I did, he might hit the girl in my the girl my actions had intended to protect. I was about to draw my sword. I like how Saito's frickin' sprite is just, you know, conveniently placed directly behind this guy. Like, hello, sir. I can see the corner of your mouth right here. Perfectly placed. Huh? Slowly, carefully, I opened my eyes.
安心しろ。峰内だ。
Saito!
そいつを屯所に連れて行け。長州の残党かもしれん。
はい。
Working quickly, Saito's men set to work binding the Ronin for transport. Saito's cold eyes fell on me.
何故俺を呼ばなかった。万が一のことがあったらどうするつもりだったのだ。
I'm sorry, I wasn't thinking. But I couldn't help myself. I mean, what if she were to get injured?
怪我なんてしないわよ。まったくもう無茶しちゃって。
A scolding from Saito was expected, but I hadn't thought that my erstwhile damsel in distress would contribute. I'm sorry I made you worry. I gave her a short, slightly confused bow, to which she blinked as if suddenly remembering something very important. Ah. Well, at least you match.
あ、でも私あなたに助けてもらったのよね。まだお礼を言ってなかったわ。ありがとう。
Oh, well, I didn't do anything. It was Saito and his men who made the actual arrest.
別に謙遜なんてしなくていいのに。見て見ぬふりをするよりはずっと立派だったんだから。これも何かの縁だし、女の子同士仲良くしましょうね。
What? Saito glanced from her to me, and an expression flashed across his face that I couldn't quite place.
見る者が見ればわかることだ。動揺するな。
あら、もしかして内緒だったの？まずかったかしら。
Well, I wasn't entirely sure how to respond. How does a person respond to that sort of question? Adds intent, guys. She seemed to sense my confusion and gracefully moved on.
あ、ところでまだお名前を聞いてなかったわね。これも何かの縁ですもの。教えてくれるかしら。
I'm just gonna, you know.
this is...
そちらの方は斉藤さんよね。新選組は有名だもの。知ってるわ。で、あなたの名前は？
My name is Chizuru My name is Chizuru Yukimura. It's nice to meet you.
雪村。
Eh? What? Fuck off! Her eyes grew wide, as if she were surprised, and she stared intently at me.
あなた、雪村って姓なの？生まれは東国？
Oh my god! King! Why, yes. I was living in Edo, but I had come to Kyoto for certain reason. She was acting a little strange, so I tried to speak to her, and she laughed and looked up.
ごめんなさい。なんでもないの。知り合いと同じ姓だったから。雪村ってすごく綺麗な名字ね。
You think so? Thank you.
よろしくね。私のことはセンって呼んで。
Miss Sen, nice to meet you.
なんか水臭いわね。見たところ同い年ぐらいだし、そんなにかしこまらなくていいわよ。
So just Sen then?
まあいいわ。そう呼んでちょうだい。じゃあまた会いましょうね。
Fuck off, King. Oh my god. I already said that's not what I'm going... That's not why it's my name. Yeah. She gave my hand a gentle squeeze, then turned and left, her kimono flapping behind her. Oh my god, I'm gonna squish you! Because King used his channel points to squish them. There's a redeem for that. You can unlock a sub emote and you can modify a single emote. Modifying a single emote costs 900 channel points. And he's done a few of them. Our encounter was over before I had had the chance to grasp what was even happening, and so I simply stood stunned for a moment or two. I hate that you squished poor Soru too. Saito was eyeing Sen, walking off, and eventually he turned to me.
あの娘、あんたの性が気にかかっている様子だったが。
I know, huh? She did say it was the same as her acquaintances. Well, I guess Yukimura isn't an uncommon name either. It seemed like Saito was concerned with her reaction to my name, and he was deep in thought. Hang on. Oh my god, I hate. Oh my god, I hate. Oh my god. Okay.
予定からだいぶ遅れてしまった。そろそろ行くことにするか。
I know the board one makes it look like I'm just dead, because that's actually what I had wanted. Oh, yes! Angie Moon made the board one. And the Soru one. So we continued on our rounds, trying to withstand the scorching heat. Well, Angie called it bored. I call it dead. The heat wave ended up lasting several days. On one such day,
雪村先輩、お茶はこんな感じでいいんでしょうか?
Oh, it may be better to make them lukewarm. It's still quite hot today, you know?
お、なるほど。さすがです。
This young man is Kazue Soma. He joined the Shinsengumi just before summer began. He is very serious and respectful. Kondu supposedly met him while he was in Choshu for the envoy and invited Soma to join us. Yeah, if we don't meet Soma on the round, we just don't see him till now. Now he currently works as Kondu's page. I guess he grew fond of the Shinsengumi, and he was focused on learning about all that it takes to become a successful warrior.
じゃあ水で薄めりゃいいんじゃないか?
But if you do that, then the tea's flavor will become lighter.
そうか。なあ、相馬。